my face today.
Okay.
Oh wait.
I believe we are live. Yeah, maybe. We'll see how it goes.
That's the rumor on the block.
That's the rumor.
It's my favorite coffee cup.
Yeah.
It's got all of my previous accomplishments.
We'll grab some coffee too.
They all look like they were in the same place.
No, they're all different. Shay's in this one. That's the only show that Shay was ever in. Which is kind of sad. Should have been in more. Got some.
It'd be really funny if we ran and left while he wasn't looking.
Ran and left.
Yeah.
Just bust through the window.
He won't notice.
He won't. Comes back. It's like, huh? No windows there. Just like normal.
No.
I wonder if we can change this angle because I don't like it. I'm gonna bring it closer, and then we're gonna go up.
Oh, that's even worse.
It is even worse. Times like these.
Require books?
The hell are y'all talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry
I'm not worried about it.
about a thing.
That camera. See, here's the thing is, I don't want to do webcam, but trying to get a normal camera set up, what are you doing? Oh, you setting it up higher? Aha!
Now they can't see my knees.
We're totally professional. Is that level?
Yeah. Good. I don't know.
What are we talking about today, guys?
Your mom. Got him.
What about her?
She's a lovely lady. She makes really good pasta too.
Good shit, good shit.
Looks pretty level to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just has a level on his phone.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
You can still see my kneecaps. Well, bust your kneecaps. Wow.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good night.
That's how you can tell
In
we're
the stream.
international.
There we go. That's all we
it.
needed to say.
So, welcome to, what is it, Couch Coffee and Chords, where we sit on the couch, drink coffee, and talk about the chords of some of our favorite songs. Although today will be different. Today, we'll be talking about Book of Boba Fett. Jace has not seen it, but me and Philip have, and we all have varying opinions.
Neutral party.
And so, I think
You're both wrong.
How can you be wrong if you're neutral?
Switzerland.
Switzerland is literally the best country in the world.
Are there?
That's debatable.
Yeah, I like Switzerland. They gave us PewDiePie.
That is a fair point.
They gave us something else too. What else did they give us?
Something.
Watches.
Oh, they gave us the Swiss Army knife.
That's true.
Like PewDiePie and Swiss Army knives. What more do you want from a country?
Well, like I said, Rolexes.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's fair. That's fair.
Switzerland, see, Switzerland, they've got a great educational system.
I don't know about that.
It's better than ours.
Is
It
it?
could have been pure luck.
Pure.
Well, they just
your
get a nat
intelligence
20.
is just pure coincidence. It's not at all how you were raised.
Obviously.
Oh man.
So yeah, Book of Boba Fett.
So
Is it any good?
I have notes.
You have this man literally sitting here took notes.
Well, last night I sat down and I just drank beer and binged the show for like 4 hours. Well, not 4 hours, but I watched all 4 episodes.
Let me ask
Okay,
you,
so
before we jump into this, let me ask you this. Did you watch the show and drink beer and take notes before you watched the EFAP or afterwards?
After. And to be fair, a lot of my notes and things that I've added do not come from the EFAP. They come from my own personal thoughts on the show.
Personal thoughts.
And a lot of this, and I have a few number of criticism. Maybe I should actually just sit on the fucking couch.
Maybe.
Like a normal human being.
Like a normal...
I would like that.
Although I'll be far away from the keyboard and mouse, so I'll have to make...
That's good.
Let's see.
Well, we could all do like a whole Chinese fire drill real quick.
Oh yeah, here, Jace, move over.
What?
Move it.
Alright!
Square up.
Am I just...
Yeah, I guess I'm staying in the middle.
You didn't move.
You didn't have to.
You got up, but nothing happened.
Let's see. Get mouse pad and adjustments everywhere.
We're a well-oiled machine.
Very.
Guys.
You can tell we've done this before.
So
So
well
many.
oiled. There we go. That's fine. Well, really, I think we have a lot to talk about. So, episode 1, and the whole book of Boba Fett came from Mandalorian.
Which I have seen. I've seen the first episode of The Mandalorian.
Right.
And then I stopped watching.
You missed
So-
out.
We'll try and
Probably.
I'll try and walk through the show as best as I can because I have only seen it once.
You see, the
And
problem that I had with The Mandalorian is that it didn't captivate me like the original Star Wars did.
right.
What show were you watching?
The Mandalorian.
Yes.
Obviously not.
I had some Mando was it was all right. I had fun watching it. But there were a couple of tismy things in there that I weren't super into. There.
Hismy.
Another
Tismy.
EFAP term. I watched a lot of them.
All I'm saying is if you've seen the first episode of The Mandalorian, it perfectly encapsulates a space western.
The first episode of Mandalorian is the best.
I did think that. I did think it was a great space western.
And at the end
which
of the day,
is George Lucas's, that was his whole goal
That's
when
Star
he
Wars.
created Star Wars.
Right. I think that first episode does a good job with space western as a whole. I think personally when it came to Mando, they moved a bit too fast with Baby Yoda and Mando, and I feel like some of it felt a little rushed.
He has a name.
Yeah, but we call him Baby Yoda.
Philip, what's his name?
Grogu.
You know his name and you're just not...
Yeah, no.
It's like, hey, I know your name, but fuck that. I'm just going to call you whatever.
I saw the perfect meme that encapsulated it. It was it showed Mark Hamill in The Last Jedi getting handed the lightsaber and it said Grogu, and prequel and Star Wars fans were just like, nope, Baby Yoda.
That's so accurate.
So you don't need a whole lot of Mandalorian context to know a good bit of Book of Boba Fett, but you do need to know some of it. Whereas Mando was there when I think Boba Fett got his armor, right? Yeah, because Mandalorian took it from the Jawas.
no.
No.
So-
It's been a while since I've watched Mandalorian.
Don't worry, I'm here to school you. So, Boba Fett's armor was on Tatooine the entire time,
Right.
as was Boba Fett.
Right.
But what Boba Fett did not know was that he was stripped down after he got out of the Sarlacc pit by Jawas.
Right.
And Cobb Vanth, who was in the town just before Din Djarin and the Mandalorian fought the Krayt Dragon,
Mm.
had stolen that armor from the Jawas. So Boba Fett was tracking down his armor the whole time, but never actually found it until after the Mandalorian had found it.
Right.
So it was a whole trade deal where the Mandalorian was like, you don't deserve that armor, I'll help you, and then I'm taking that armor.
Right. Oh yeah, and then Boba Fett, when he got the help, he flexed the little key thing that was like, this is, the bloodline that's had this armor, and so it technically belongs to me.
Right.
Because that was a cool thing that I think Mandalorian introduced, which was they had, I don't know what you would call it, but it basically had an analog of history of who has owned the armor through, it's like a little ancestor tree. And so he goes, this was my dad, Jango Fett, so the armor belongs to me because it was my father's and now it's mine. And so I thought that was cool. So anyway, with Book of Boba Fett, it starts out with with Boba in the Sarlacc pit.
Right.
And it cuts to him back and forth where he's in the Sarlacc pit as a flashback, and in reality right now he's bathing in a bantha tank, like Luke did. And so he does some cool shit. And actually the beginning was my favorite part, was him getting out of the Sarlacc pit, or the cool effect it had in there because it looked cool. It looks scary. It was subjectively aesthetically pleasing.
Right.
And he's ripping out, stormtrooper like oxygen tanks to take in breaths and stuff like that, which I also thought was neat. He stuck his hand through, I think, a piece of the Sarlacc and started lighting it on fire, which was also awesome. And then he begins to create his ascension, trying to crawl out of the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah.
Which is where I came across my first issue, which
Hey,
get the fuck down, cat. So, and a lot of these issues are small, but I think my whole problem with Book of Boba Fett is that they had a lot they could have done with a story, especially as Boba Fett being a crime boss of Tatooine, which is already a really cool concept. I feel like they changed a good bit of his character pretty rapidly, and the things that they could have done something cooler, I guess,
Right.
is my whole idea. But he was crawling out of the Sarlacc pit, and naturally I would feel, if you're already fighting the Sarlacc, I mean, the easiest way to escape, in my opinion, would probably be out where you came in, right? Because all that's surrounding you is sand, and, if you're under 10, 20 feet of sand, I don't think you're going to be able to crawl out of that, especially as it gets harder as you go down. But that's what the show shows, is that he crawls out of the sand.
well, doesn't he have armor?
He has armor, yeah, but he also has low oxygen, as you saw with him taking oxygen from stormtroopers. I don't think... It's a small problem, but I don't think he would have been crawling out of the sand.
Well, you're also assuming Tatooinean gravity and sand works like the sand and gravity does on Earth.
Well, it seems to, considering whenever people are doing anything action-y, they don't seem to be levitating like they're on the moon.
Well, we know it's rough, coarse, irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Yes.
Right?
And I mean, when he comes out, it's just all over him, which I also thought was cool, because he's
So-
just drenched in wet sand.
Yeah, so that follows the lore. But the other thing is the reason sand gets so densely packed down on Earth is it's not really just sand all the time.
Right. It's sand
So-
and dirt.
There's no reason to assume that somewhere like Tatooine, especially in the Dune Sea, that's constantly moving.
Right.
I don't know if you ever walked on like serious dunes, like out in an actual desert,
No.
but it's way looser than any sand you've ever been on.
Really?
So, yes.
What does it feel like?
It's rough, coarse, irritating, and it got everywhere.
Is it
As
true that
sand
you can
does.
like surf and like snowboard on the sand?
Yes, so when I walked on dunes, I was at Great Sand Dunes National Park out in Colorado. And they
It was
actually,
in Colorado?
yeah.
I'm going to Colorado.
Oh, sweet.
I want to take my skimboard and see if I can't go skimboarding.
That'd be cool.
Well, when you go to Great Sand Dunes National Park, they actually rent out like sleds. And you can hike up to the top of the dunes and sled down.
That's cool.
I am going to be Boba Fett.
You're going to crawl out of the 20 feet of sand?
Yeah, just to see.
With
I'm
low
going to
oxygen?
prove your theory.
Yeah.
Is it possible for him to crawl out of the sand? How many of them are going to die trying?
But there was another thing which was a small thing, but I thought it was kind of funny. Was he just was being digested by a Sarlacc, so he comes out and these Jawas come and take his armor off. They scavenge him, right? And he's left there. He's all scarred and shit, and he gets enslaved by these Tuskens.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've ever seen anybody who's bald who's been out in a desert with two suns. But they would
Just
get,
your dad.
They would get tan as shit, or they would get burnt to a crisp. But that's not the case with Boba Fett. Besides all the scars and the digestion, he doesn't have any sort of like sun bleached or sun hurt skin, any sort of like
Well, that's
third
just-
degree burns.
That's
Well, not
probably
third
just
degree, but,
funding, honestly.
Well, you have
To take that into consideration, that's probably like a couple of extra $1,000 for every episode.
Yeah, but considering all the other crap that they are able to do in the show, and if you're talking about funding, the show probably needed a bit more just for the aesthetic purposes, because everything looks too clean in the show. Like, you're on a. If you look at other episodes of Star Wars that have done interpretations of Tatooine, I feel like a lot of them do better than this show just aesthetically, because everyone's armor's clean. Like you have these people who are supposed to be dirt poor, can't even afford water, and they're sitting there, with drip on point. Like it's it's kind of out of body.
One issue I have does come in on the show.
Yeah,
because most of the time I feel like everything's done pretty well. Like you said, the tanning, sunburn, whatever.
Yeah, there's a couple of small issues. Yeah,
I can get past that by saying, well, he's also covered in acid burns.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day,
like the one layer of skin that would have been sunburned has been eaten off by acid.
Yeah, and there's one that I think is interesting because you have to remember I started watching this show, and I've also been watching Game of Thrones for the first time.
I'm sorry.
For the first season, and the first season of Game of Thrones I thought was excellent.
It's only downhill from there.
Oh yeah, I know.
Be honest with you.
I've been told after season 4 it tanks, and so
when I watched it, I got to season 6 and I got so bored I just stopped.
Yeah. But with watching this first season of Game of Thrones versus watching this series of Boba Fett feels like night and day because they both have a similar idea, which is a big, foundational leader, which at this moment was Bib Fortuna, because when Jabba died, the other guy, the other dude with the noodle head, he takes his place and it becomes this, fat lord over Tatooine, takes Jabba's place, and so he's created sort of a stable empire. And then Boba shows up and just murks him. So he's like, this is mine now. And he kills him. And what that obviously would do is it would cause a power vacuum because now Boba Fett is trying to be the ruler or not the ruler, but, become a power in Tatooine. And so the show is supposed to be about him kind of proving himself as a leader. But also, watching this, it kind of gave me a Game of Thrones vibe where it's supposed to be like, who is going to be the next, big head honcho of Tatooine or of this area. And in Game of Thrones, it's very similar where the king dies and everybody's gunning for this throne.
Spoiler.
Everybody's
trying. If we haven't said it already.
The show's old. If you haven't seen it by now, come on.
It's your fault.
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't seen it, and I even knew that, I even knew that shit. Although, funny enough, Shay didn't know, spoiler alert, that Eddard Stark gets his head lopped off in the end of the first season. She didn't know that. And I was like, how do you not know that? This show's been around for probably a near decade now.
I just don't watch it.
And
anytime someone brings it up, I'm like, okay.
Well, the writing is good. I mean, for the first season that I watched, the writing is real solid. The conversations and dialogue these people have, I see now why the show had such a big cultural impact because it was a phenomenal first season.
I just thought it was because of the tits.
That too.
It's one of those things where in the first couple seasons you genuinely almost need to sit down and make a spreadsheet to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of different environments happening.
I saw a photo once where it was a book and someone had marked every time someone had died with like a sticky note. And the book itself, it was just from first page all the way to the back page. Like every single page someone was dying. I'm like, that seems like a lot of names to keep track of.
Yeah, there is a lot of names to keep track of. There are a couple of times where they mention somebody and I'm like, who?
Remember that one guy in season 2 that we killed?
Yeah. But with Boba Fett, I feel like, because you have to think about Boba Fett, in the movies. He was very calculated, he was smart, he was quiet, he did his job, and he was good at it.
Was he, though?
Yes.
See,
because let's be honest.
Yeah.
From what we see in the movies,
he
not shows
that cool.
up on the Star Destroyer.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of hangs out.
Yeah.
And he's like, whatever, I'll get it done. I like credits.
Sure.
The next time we see him...
Wait. No. He's smart enough to figure out immediately what Han Solo's doing, jump his ship, and is able to track Han Solo, which is a pretty smart move on his count. Because no one else, the Imperials, figured that out. But it was just this one guy, Boba Fett, who was like, oh, he must be hiding. He could be hiding up on the backside of the Star Destroyer waiting for the junk drop. I want to see if my theory's right, and boom, nailed it, and was able to beat Luke to Bespin. And I think, taking a risk like that, high risk, high reward, I think it was very smart on Boba Fett's part.
See, I think you're misremembering how episode 5 went.
Also,
Because if we're being honest, the Imperials were already on Bespin. They're already hanging out. They already know Han Solo and the gang are there.
right.
Boba Fett's not even the one to freeze Han Solo and Carbonite.
Okay.
He's just the one to take him to Jabba.
Sure.
And I can take a break anywhere.
So.
And then, in episode 6,
He just dies.
he just gets got.
Yeah.
See, that was my main problem. That's the reason I haven't watched the Book of Boba Fett.
Right.
Because, like, the character itself
He is
didn't...
overrated as a character.
Well,
I
like,
will agree with that.
Everyone, from, like, what I've heard and through, like, social media and things like that, Boba Fett is supposed to be, like, this super awesome bounty hunter.
Yeah.
But in the movies, which are the only Star Wars things I've ever watched, they don't portray him.
Yeah, they just
as
kind of
a, like,
portray him
this
as a silent, antagonist.
So I think that's why Book of Boba Fett as a concept, I think it's fantastic. Cause,
yeah, I agree.
But I think it would be better if they went back and showed it everything that happened before episode like 5 and 6.
Right.
Like showed him actually being a bounty
progressing
hunter
as a bounty hunter. Yeah, I think that was
instead of just jumping up afterwards and saying, "Oh nope, look, he survived."
Yeah, which I mean, everybody was hoping for. Everybody always said that Boba Fett survived the Sarlacc pit, and that's just because everybody loved the character so much.
Right. I don't know why though, because he didn't do anything.
It's just because he just looked awesome, and everybody was super into
This guy
that.
Looks cool.
Well,
Don't let him die.
I mean, you have this kind of silent antagonist that just looks really cool. There's so much mystery around them that you kind of build your own character out of them.
Yeah.
But with Boba, you could tell he's working with the Empire, so his moral code's already kind of scanty.
Mm-hmm.
In that sense, he's in it for the money, right?
Of course.
That's why he's working with Jabba. He's quick to action, as you see with Leia and the thermal detonator. He's quick to action, and I do think I don't think the Imperials were already on Bespin. And that's the only thing. They said that they were there before Han arrived, but if Boba Fett saw Han Solo and was tracking him, I feel like he could have easily made the call to Darth Vader and be like, "Hey, yo, these guys, their coordinates are heading to Bespin. Cut them off at the pass." And Darth Vader could have been like, "Oh yeah, I've got a couple troops laid out in this side of the galaxy. They'll be able to beat them to the punch," because Han Solo already said that it was far away, which would have given the Empire plenty of time to get there and stage the clapback.
Sure, but
Because I don't think they would have been there for a long, extended period of time. Otherwise, everybody would have gotten out of Bespin, because that was the reason why they were there.
not necessarily though.
Well, they were there because they were
How
trying...
many people got out of Naboo when it was blockaded?
Well,
Not a lot.
Well, that's the thing, is everybody's walking like everything's normal, but when you see Naboo gets taken down, everybody's in hiding. Nobody dares walk out in the middle of the open. I mean, they're being raided, basically, essentially. Invaded.
Well, it would be kind of like...
So Empire shows them, and they're like, "Hey, pretend we're not here. We're capturing a dude. Just act normal. We're totally not going to take over this place."
You wouldn't?
Maybe not. And so everybody's like, "Sure, I'll act normal." Fine, that makes sense.
You wouldn't say, these guys have blown up the planet before and we're just a floating city.
Yeah, and I'm just
we
me.
should probably listen to them.
I'm just me. I would get the fuck out of there as soon as I can, however sneaky way I can do it. These people are already sneaky. They're on a planet that they shouldn't be on, mining for resources.
So how do you know it wasn't much more of a bustling metropolis before they showed up?
Ooh.
That's a fair point. And the reason why I think so is because if they're not under the Empire's reign, they're able to, basically go about and do what they will with the planet and its resources.
Not to mention, I'd also
because
bring
the
up
Empire
the
would take a cut from that,
I'd bring up the point that, regardless, and different events, we've definitely seen that there's people who just listen to authority regardless.
For sure. And my whole thing is that not with everything, the whole movie, the way it's structured, portrays Han Solo's leaving, Boba Fett's giving chase, right? And then we cut to Bespin, where you have Lando saying, "I'm sorry, they showed up right before you did. I'm sorry." And so the way that the movie, for me, it sounds like the movie's trying to tell us, hey, Boba Fett saw Han, told the Empire, and the Empire beat them to the punch. That's the way that the movie's trying. I feel like that's the way the movie's trying to tell us.
Are you talking about the scene where they walk in and Darth Vader is sitting at the table?
Yeah.
Made them a nice dinner and they just started shooting.
Yeah, how considerate. I always thought, like, when I was watching that scene, I always thought it was because Darth Vader sensed Luke.
Yeah. Well, Luke was over on freaking whatever it's called.
Dagobah.
Dagobah, sorry, yeah.
Luke had already left them at that point.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
And
Darth Vader's so cool.
Darth Vader's super cool.
But, back to the point,
Mm.
that's why I think Boba Fett wasn't actually ever set up to be as cool as everybody made him out to be.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because we've had it proven to us, watching The Mandalorian, that it's nothing for a Mandalorian to go capture a target and freeze him himself.
Yeah.
Sure, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair.
And that, I mean, you have to compare him to his father, you know,
Right.
that we see in, like, episode 2.
Yeah.
You know, he fights Obi-Wan.
Yeah, I was about to say, I would even go so far as to say that, you know, from what I've seen from Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, I actually think Jango Fett's probably more competent than Boba Fett. Just personally.
I just think it's interesting.
Boba Fett, or Jango Fett went toe-to-toe with Obi-Wan and Mace Windu.
Yeah.
He was able to basically get out of a space fight with Obi-Wan with his weapons, and was honestly grilling Obi-Wan with his blasters. If Obi-Wan didn't have proper shields on a Jedi Starfighter, would have been toast.
But you gotta think, that's somebody who's trained as a Mandalorian their entire life.
True. I mean,
versus Boba couldn't have been more than 10 years old.
Right.
By the events of Attack of the Clones.
Right.
Which
Not to
means
mention he
once
lost the
Jango
one
Fett-
person that was going to train him.
Yeah. So once Jango Fett dies, we do see in the Clone Wars that Boba Fett starts running with other bounty hunters.
Right.
And they're just not going to train him as well as Mandalorian could.
Yeah.
Right. Because Mandalorian.
So it really ends up being more of a... He's got the Mandalorian armor, so he looks like he knows what he's doing more so than he actually does.
Right.
That's not to discount the fact that he is a cool character.
For sure.
And I think they're doing awesome things with him in Book of Boba Fett.
With Mando or
With Boba Fett.
how so?
I think it's actually fleshing him out properly.
Well,
Because
I can
his
see
entire point is he's done jobs for people like Jabba, Bib Fortuna, and the Empire his entire life.
mm-hmm.
And the only reason he's trying to become the crime lord on Tatooine is because he thinks he can run things better.
Right.
Because he's seen what it's like in the field.
Right.
Right. Okay. My other issue is the problem that I have with Boba Fett and the way that they're wanting to flesh him out is I feel like the way they're wanting to flesh him out is contrary to who he was established as a character, and I don't think they were able to represent the change of heart properly. Because what happens in the first episode is he gets enslaved by Tusken Raiders, right?
Mm-hmm.
Made to dig for watermelons, basically, in the sand.
Watermelons.
Which personally I feel like the water would have evaporated in the melons, but if you want to throw in a contrivance or whatever could be in the show to make these things keep their or retain their water, you know.
Is it
you
like
can
a
get
plant?
water from a cactus.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm
So-
not saying it's out of the point.
Like desert plants are
Yeah.
obviously adapted to grow in the desert.
For sure. Like I said, if you want to throw that in, that's fine. My
See what you
problem-
did there.
Yeah, my problem is that they enslave him, and it just and so he's working as a slave for God knows how long. As someone who was once a Mandalorian working for the Empire doing all this stuff, I feel like naturally he would not necessarily be angry, but he would want to get out of it. And in the beginning, he tries to leave the Tusken Raiders, but they capture him. He goes with this Tusken kid, and they get attacked by the monster. And by the way, the monster should have murked all of them, but instead he just kind of is like, roar, rah, grab, shake around, rah. Like, if you're trying to survive as on a desert planet and you see 3 meals right in front of you, you're going to go for, like, you're going to try and kill them naturally, especially if you have 6 arms and a giant mouth. I feel like that monster could have taken them pretty easily, considering Boba Fett had no gear and just a pair of chains, you know.
Of course, I could also argue that monster might have just been playing with his food.
Yeah, but I feel like that's a stretch, especially in the context of Tatooine as a planet. It's a kill or be killed environment. It is a harsh environment. You have to create these machines that, you know, are moisture evaporators that take moisture from what little there is already on the planet to make water, to sustain yourself. It's like it's barely habitable as it stands. So I feel like, you know, I feel like the monster was expending way too much energy to be able to fight these guys. And then eventually Boba Fett gets around him and chokes him to death. And I thought I was laughing my ass off because I was like, oh yes, the symbolism, as Leia was a slave and she choked Jabba to death. He choked this monster to death and broke his chains. The heroism. And I was like, it was a bit too heavy-handed to me. And I thought it was just funny.
I love some good symbolism.
But with after that,
who's to say that the monster wasn't like super dehydrated and didn't have a lot of energy to fight them to begin with?
Well, that's why he shouldn't be playing with them and flexing his strength. He should be trying to eat them. And in fact, there was one time where he throws basically, I don't know what the Greedo alien is. He throws one of the alien slaves on the ground, right? Mm-hmm. And I assume he kills him because I didn't see him after that in the show, because it's also a kid's show, so we can't have blood or all that.
It's a kid's show.
Basically,
it's on Disney.
Yeah, it's on Disney. So there's a scene where a guy slices a dude's throat and there's no blood, and a dude's arm gets ripped off, no blood.
Of course, that's Star Wars standard at this point.
Yeah. Really? I mean, Episode 4, Obi-Wan lops off a dude's arm and it's drenched in blood. Like, come on. Like, if my dad could see that when he was 12, it's like, Disney, come on. Like, seriously. But anyway, so he defeats the monster, they lop off the head, and he gives the kid the head so he can be like, oh, yeah, I killed the monster. And I think that would make sense for Boba. That way he can get favoritism for the Tuscans. But he's sitting there, he's smiling, and he's like, yeah, look at that kid go. Look at that. And I'm like, Boba Fett's smiling. Like, this guy who's been silent and cutthroat all his entire life has been enslaved by Tusken Raiders, and now he's happy. And then they eventually, after all that, they get a new sign of respect for this slaved man, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna make you one of our own. And he starts doing stuff for them, and there's a train on sand.
That's cool.
Now,
here's
one thing I'd argue is Boba Fett has had a reason to smile for at least 25 years in universe at this point.
Well,
the happiest day of Boba Fett's life would have been when he found out Mace Windu was dead.
That is, yeah.
That would be, yeah. If he's dead.
If he's dead.
Because a lot of people were being skeptical about that. And
for all intents and purposes.
No one's ever really gone.
We haven't seen him as a Force ghost yet.
Yeah, that's true.
That's so there's the chance that he's just out there chilling.
Oh, that was another one. So it cuts back to the modern day, and Boba is going out, and he's like, "Oh yes, I'm the leader of the Tatooine place."
I wonder if Boba Fett invents boba tea.
That'd be funny.
On Tatooine.
That'd be hilarious. I thought about that. I was like, how do I spell boba? Is it just like boba, like boba tea? But anyway, so he's going around and he's collecting coins, right? And he walks into this place that looks like a Disney park. It's called the Sanctuary, but it looks just like as clean and pristine as you can get. Now they have plants. Plants are fine. You can import those. It's just a sign of how wealthy this little area is, which is funny considering a good portion of the population is dirt poor. But you have your imbalances. That's fine. Walk in and they're like, yes, your tribute. We'll give you some tribute. They take their helmets, right? Which is a very important asset as a Mandalorian. Take their helmets and they fill them with the coins that, once again, as we were talking about earlier, they look plastic, cheap. And I'm thinking, you couldn't have gotten them like a box because they walk out with their helmets upside down carrying this change.
I thought it was a rule for the Mandalorians not to take off their helmet. Isn't that like
Well,
something
yeah, but
they
we
established?
have to see
Okay.
we have to see Boba's face because it's Tamora Morrison.
You're both wrong right now. You're both actually very, very wrong right now. The only Mandalorians that have the rule to not show their face are the Children of the Watch.
Which
Which
was
is the
from
religious
the Mandalorian show, right?
Yes, which is the religious subset that Din Djarin, titular character of the Mandalorian, belongs to.
Right. I don't think they should have done that. I don't think they should have written that as a subset of religious cultists of the Mandalorians. I thought that was a cool concept of Mandalorians as a whole.
Isn't that something?
So-
didn't he go like, "Guns are my religion"?
Yes.
Yes.
And that was amazing. That was hilarious.
So you have to dive into some deeper lore here.
Well, I
And
mean,
some of it's technically legends.
right.
But that's not the only Mandalorians that have ever existed that couldn't show their face.
Okay.
The original Mandalorian subset that couldn't show their face was the Old Republic Mandalores.
Right.
So once they get their helmet of Mandalore and they are the leader, they can't show their face again until they get killed, basically.
Right.
Why?
Because that's just how it works.
That's what they put as their belief. But anyway, I'm okay with Boba Fett taking off his helmet just so we can see more Tamora Morrison. But what I thought was funny was they walk out, right, helmets upside down, and I'm like, man, you're out in public as a new leader, and as a very well-known bounty hunter. I feel like you should be more worried because if you're already trying to get in this power vacuum, I feel like somebody's going to try and murk you. And immediately, without a drop of a pin, they get attacked. And he has to drop his helmet, and these Jawas start stealing the gold. And I'm like, what did I say? Somebody should have just murked him with a headshot. That would have been easy. But no, these guys have to show up, and they bring up their shields and surround them, and they start prodding them with these electrical things, and it doesn't really do anything besides shock them a little bit. It's like a 50% off taser. And just like jab, 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 jab. And Boba Fett's like, oh no, his lady friend who's helping him out like jumps off of him and tries to do a kick, does nothing. They're fucked, right? And then all of a sudden, I can't remember who shows up and starts murking people. Starts
It's Obi-Wan.
right? Avengers theme starts playing. But somebody shows up and starts helping them. The assassins take off. We get a nice 2010 parkour scene where there's
I love parkour.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. Where she's giving chase, right? And I feel like this would have made more sense had they explained it, but they didn't, and so I was left just confused. So she's chasing them. They're not doing anything. They're just trying to run from her. Well, she gets to a point. They turn around. They throw these knives at her, and she's like, "Oh shit!" And she dolphin dives, like assassin style, off the ledge. And I'm
Cool.
that's a large jump. We don't see her fall, right? We just see her leap off the cliff. And I'm like, cool shot, but where are you going? Where is this going to end up? They keep running. They're running, jumping off of buildings and shit. And then, boom, she hops out right in front of them. I'm like, how the fuck did you get here? It didn't show any of it. She jumped off a cliff, or a cliff of a building, cuts, they're running, the opposite direction, and she beats them to the punch. And I'm like, if you had shown her, get on a speed bike or something and showed her get there, that's one thing. But she just hops in I've beat you. And I'm like, how the fuck?
You sound like you've never played an Assassin's Creed game before.
Well, I mean, seriously, yeah, she landed in a haystack, right?
Well,
I mean, the
there's
world
been
is
cases
covered in
where you can go
sand.
on.
But it was in the span
There's
of
been
20
places
seconds.
in there where it's oh, this guy's going this way. I got to catch up with him, so I'll go this way because it's a little faster.
Right, I wish.
And it's never actually said, I believe, how long she was on Tatooine before she got murked the first time.
Sure. My problem is that they didn't show any of that. If you're doing film, you should be showing, not just being they're here now, and we just have to make up our reason on how they got there, because that leads to discussions like this, how did she beat them? And we're like, oh, she could have done this or could have done that, and it's we're having to try and fill gaps that the show is making, and I
don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that what's
well,
part of what makes shows so much fun. I do just like I don't like it when they tell. Like there's a rule in film. It's called show don't tell.
Right.
But they're not telling like how she did it.
Yeah, they're not showing it either.
They're not showing it either. They're just leaving it up for the viewers, which I don't think is a problem because then you have discussions like this where people get engaged and then they're talking about the show.
Right, but we're engaged trying to solve problems of the show that the show shouldn't have. I'd rather have positive discussions like Game of Thrones where it's like, oh, the dialogue between these two characters or the expression of this character or when they did this scene and we saw this and that happened. I would like to talk about.
You haven't seen more than the first season if you think you can have a positive discussion about it.
What, Game of Thrones? Game of Thrones season 1 was phenomenal. I thought it was excellent.
It'll all get ruined for you.
I know it'll get ruined. I'm just saying, like, as an introduction to the show, I think it did a fantastic job.
So
I
really,
feel like
the problem that Star Wars has at this point,
It's bad writing.
it's not bad writing even. It's the fact that there's so much you have to know.
Right. Like the
Because-
extended lore and everything.
Because I do know a lot of the extended
Right.
lore.
Right.
It's something I'm really familiar with. I've seen almost every bit of media you can see. So, I know, as a viewer,
Right.
I've seen Fennec Shand in earlier time series.
Right.
Because she was in the Bad Batch as well.
Ah, that's right.
So, it's previously established that she knows how to get around really, really fast.
Yeah.
In a lot of different
I
environments.
feel like if you're making a new show, though, because if you look at, let's say, the beginning of let's say, Avengers. If you had never seen any Marvel movies and you're like, hey, this is a movie Avengers where all these great mighty heroes get together, there are references to previous films, but I don't think it is required to see each of the... Because I didn't see Thor before I saw Avengers, but I was like, yes, Thor from he's an Avenger, and I've played into it. But I feel like with shows like this, I feel like they're depending too much on us knowing different parts of the universe too much. Because, I mean...
Not necessarily, though.
It's a
because
big
as a
heavy-handed.
casual viewer, let's say I've only seen the Star Wars movies.
As Jason.
And, yeah, so let's say I've only seen the Star Wars movies. I haven't really seen any of the shows. And I say, Book of Boba Fett sounds really interesting. I'm going to sit down and watch this.
Sure.
Right.
So, I already know Boba Fett falls in the Sarlacc pit.
Yep.
Everybody knows that.
Yes.
Everybody
Because
knows
you've
what
seen the
Tusken
movies.
Raiders are.
Right.
Everybody knows about the existence
Those
of Tatooine.
savages.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things you know just from watching the movies.
Right.
And then you've got new characters like Fennec Shand
Right.
or Black Chrysanthemum,
Sure. Yeah.
Chewbacca's scary
I
uncle.
like to think...
Chewbacca has a scary uncle?
It's not actually Chewbacca's uncle.
Oh.
but
that's
we like to pretend it is. He's got knuckle
He actually
dusters
fought
on his
Obi-Wan.
spikes.
I don't know if you knew that.
Really?
Yes.
That's cool.
Black Chrysanthemum fought Obi-Wan on Tatooine.
I like to
during
think that it's not
Obi-Wan's,
Black Chrysanthemum, but it's... what was it? I was watching EFAP and they started calling him Black Chris Hansen.
But overall, I think as a casual viewer, most people aren't going to sit there and go, "Oh, how did she catch up with him that quickly?"
Right. But
That's
you
one of those
have
things
the
where that's
people.
such a small.
It's such a small niche,
thing.
but that's the people like us who like to sit down and talk about it.
Yeah, well, it's the thing is, like, I look back at movies from 20 years ago and I feel like they're topping the stuff that they do now. That's my issue.
Oh yeah, hands down. But also, you could sit down and talk about the movies from like decades ago, in the same way we're talking about these movies. It's the matter of whether or not you want to discuss it. You
Right.
can always find something to discuss, and I think that's why it's not such a like as a writing point of view, allowing there to be space for your viewers to create and talk and discuss. Like, that's the thing that you love so much.
Sure.
You love these conspiracies. You love
Yeah.
these
I know, but my
conversation.
problem is I don't like discussing problems.
And why not?
I like. Well, the reason why is because if there's issues with the show, it breaks my immersion. I feel like with a lot of these Disney shows, what it seems to be is it seems to be a lot of spectacle and not a whole lot of depth, which is good for the casual viewer because the casual viewer would be like, oh yes, but it's shallow to me. A lot of it's shallow, and that's the problem. Because you watch, like, what is it, No Way Home, the latest Spider-Man movie? That movie does have a bit of spectacle. They kind of character assassinated Doctor Strange, which sucked. But as far as character development and things like that, you could watch it without watching any of the other Spider-Man movies and still enjoy it. It had plenty of spectacle for the casual viewer, but for those who were really interested in these characters, it also had plenty and loads of depth, for these characters.
Still need to see it.
And that's the thing that I'm coming across is you have these good shows, or you have shows like, you know, like I said, I've been watching Game of Thrones, or, you know, Breaking Bad. You have these shows where it's really good in delving into character depth while also entertaining the masses.
Right.
The problem with these shows is that they're just trying to entertain the masses because I feel like they're not spending enough time making sure that the writing is solid. I feel like it's just a show of spectacle. I mean, that's why I didn't watch it first until we decided that we were going to, or until I wanted to talk about the Book of Boba Fett to listen to EFAB. I'm like, okay, I want to see this. I want to talk about it and see what y'all guys think. And so what you're saying basically is that if there, you know, with the issues in the show, if there are issues in the show, they can provoke discussion. They get us talking about it and getting us interested in the.
Well, it's a matter of individuality. Like there are people who are going to not think about.
Yeah, they're just going to play it and be like, oh, that was cool. You know?
They're going to see it. They're going to go, oh, she made it there fast. She's badass.
Right.
And then there's going to be people like you who watch it and go, how the fuck did she make it there so fast?
Right.
And start coming up with theories. Either way, you're getting enjoyment from it.
Right.
Whether you think of it as a plot hole or
I wasn't
not.
necessarily enjoyed by it. I kind of felt like it was...
Hold on. Are you enjoying this conversation?
I'm enjoying the conversation, but I wasn't enjoying the show.
Well, then you enjoyed it. Because it's a direct offset of what they did as a writer. They wrote it in a certain way that caused you to think about it, whether you think of it positive or not.
Okay, well,
you're enjoying the conversation.
Then let me rephrase. So, I would say I was entertained by the show, from a technical standpoint, not from necessarily the way they wanted me to enjoy the show, which is fine. I mean, you have the atrocious movies that are hilarious to watch, like The Room, for example. Which is one thing, but I'm trying to speak from, you know, objectively. I feel like it just wasn't a decent show. I mean, like I said, I was entertained,
mm-hmm.
but not in the way that I want to be entertained when I'm watching a show.
Right.
Because if I'm watching, I mean, like I said, think about the potential that was there, you know, with the Book of Boba Fett, who has been regarded in pop culture as a bad, you know, and this is, like I said, because they made this show because of how popular it was. I mean, George Lucas was like, if I had known that he was going to be this popular, I would have written him differently.
Right.
So there's already, it's like Darth Vader. It's like trying to take a character like Darth Vader and rewriting him to fit a different aesthetic than what everybody perceives them to be.
Right.
Because, oh, you know, he was a bad guy, but now we have to write him as a good guy because everybody likes him. And so I feel like with the show, The Book of Boba Fett, if they had done something where he was just kind of more, you know, cutthroat, and there was more of a power grab action, and there was not necessarily a lot of death, but it was a bit more of a heavier show,
mm-hmm.
I feel like it would have been better in the objective standpoint than what they're trying to do, which it just kind of feels like action figures fighting. It's like, hey, you know, remember Boba Fett? Watch him do this cool thing, or watch him do this thing. He's a good guy now, that sort of stuff. And it just, I feel like the potential was left out because they just wanted to entertain the masses and be like, hey, here's a show, boom.
So I'm going to give you my counter argument to that.
Sure.
It's not the character's fault you're not enjoying the show. It's the setting.
Okay, yeah.
Tatooine?
Yes. The problem with that show is that it's set on Tatooine.
There's so much sand.
That's
rough.
one of
course.
That's one of 3 problems I've had with the show so far.
Okay.
You just don't like Tatooine?
No, I like Tatooine.
Just not for Boba Fett.
I just feel like, yeah, they've used desert planets a lot in Star Wars right now. It's a bit heavy-handed.
So, that's actually the first part of this point, is we've already seen the seedy, criminal, desert planet town turned good in the first season of The Mandalorian.
Right.
I literally just watched that plot line a year ago. I don't necessarily need to watch it again, even though I'm still going to, and I'm still enjoying it.
Right.
So, I think Book of Boba Fett would have been better if the main planet it was set on was Nar Shaddaa.
Nar Shaddaa is the Dark City planet, right? Isn't that what that is? It's been a while since
it's kind of like it's kind of like what Coruscant is to the Republic, but it's for Hutt space.
Oh, right. So
it is like the
gang-filled
seedy criminal city world. I believe Nar Shaddaa is the moon planet of Hutta.
Okay.
It might be the other way around, but they're right on top of each other.
Right, they're real close.
So, if it had been Boba Fett going in there and taking over Nar Shaddaa and having his own planet,
That would be cool.
then I could see that working.
Right, as kind of a more dark aesthetic, more like kind of like not cyberpunk, but you get the point. Like, you know.
Well, that's exactly what it would be like.
Yeah.
And that would be something that they previously wanted to work on in Star Wars before. In fact, I was shocked that's not where it's gone so far.
Yeah.
And the reason I thought that's what they almost have been calling to is because of the whole cybernetic mod culture that's shown up on Tatooine.
Right.
Because while those characters don't seem accurate to Tatooine, they are accurate to Star Wars.
Sure.
If you saw those characters on Coruscant or Nar
Like those
Shaddaa
bikes.
or even Alderaan, anywhere like that,
Those bikes.
I want one of those bikes. Those bikes
my
look
God.
so dope.
They
the world's slowest speeder chase.
yeah they look cool. They look cool, but they did not look like they would fit in Star Wars.
They look
If I
like
had
those like
seen that speeder
Japanese like
chase-
scooters.
If I'd seen that speeder chase with the floating scooters before we had seen the scene where they take down the train, it would have been a lot cooler. But we'd already seen Boba Fett.
Racing.
He
on
trains a bunch of Tusken Raiders to ride speeder bikes so they can take down this train.
Like an old western.
Yes.
That's so cool.
So that's where I thought it was really cool with the Tusken flashbacks. If they'd even done the first season like entirely Boba Fett living with the Tuskens, and then it leads in, he gets his armor and his shit back, and then season 2 of Book of Boba Fett as he goes to Nar Shaddaa and takes over,
That would be cool.
that would have been incredible.
I do think. When
And I still think it's a possibility that they're going to set that up.
when it comes to the Tusken Raiders, my other issue I had with it is that they, what was one of the lines? I think I remember somebody saying that that the reason why. Sorry, this was from a video, so that wouldn't count. Because somebody was trying to argue that the reason why it was okay that the Tuskens enslaved Boba Fett was because they're too primitive and they don't understand that enslaving is wrong. And I'm like, no, they know exactly why they're enslaving people, and that's you could look at it from a lore standpoint, or if you want to look at it from the movies. In the movies, they're Tusken Raiders. They've enslaved people before. It's what they do. And they could have their reasons, but
in the Star Wars universe, like enslaving people is a common thing.
Yeah, it's a common thing. It's not necessarily a morally, it's morally gray in these areas.
It's a
like
real
Tatooine.
tradition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Everybody's doing it.
I feel like the Tusken Raiders have always been known as antagonists, considering they were Tusken Raiders and they raid and pillage villages.
Right.
At least that's what it was shown in the movies, and for some reason in Mandalorian and in Boba Fett, they seem to be trying to
humanize them.
Yeah, humanize them. Which
That's been done a lot of times before, though.
yeah, and
This is far from the first time they've ever done that.
right. It's like
The two biggest
the noble
examples-
savage thing.
The two biggest examples I can think of are Knights of the Old Republic,
Right.
where really, in that game, the only reason the Tusken Raiders are attacking is because Zerka Corporation is antagonizing them,
Right.
knowingly.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of a very morally gray area.
Yeah.
And then there's also an Obi-Wan centric book
Mhm.
that takes place right after he brings Luke to Tatooine that does a really, really good job of actually looking at Tusken culture.
Right. And so I feel like it's a weird flip because it seems like they're taking all these things that people used to like, but they like them because they're antagonists, and flip them and make them heroes. And I feel like it's a strange direction because you can still like them and they can still be villains. I mean, just imagine, it's kind of like taking, Darth Vader already had his arc, but he had purpose for that. But it's like taking, say Joker. Joker's a very familiar and very popular villain. It's like, you see him in all of his villainy, and suddenly, having moral codes and things like that, you start being like, wait, I thought this was a bad guy.
Yeah.
And, and as much as, you might, some people might enjoy seeing these characters turn good, I feel like with Boba Fett, it's like, part of me just wants to see Boba Fett be the bad guy that he's always been. He's a crime boss in this show, so it would be natural for him to be, crimey.
Sure,
There's some
but
crime.
he
And
says
he-
the entire reason he became a crime boss was to be a different kind of crime boss.
So like a not crime boss?
Well,
Like no. Like,
Well, you have the difference between a crime boss and then like, because if you look at our own history, there's crime bosses. I forget the name, but you have like Escobar
right.
and then Al Capone.
Yeah, and also it's like that. Why does he want to be a different crime boss?
well, he sets it up himself in the show, actually.
Right.
So part of the difference is I've watched it as it came out every week,
Right.
as opposed to you watching every episode yesterday.
Right.
That's out so far.
It's a lot to digest in
Yeah,
one
except
night.
for 5.
I'm gonna have to get you to watch 5.
Yeah, I was gonna watch 5 in the morning if Jonathan got here, but he wasn't able to make it. And I was gonna be like, hey, let's just watch the 5th episode. You have no context.
Let's
do
watch
it.
the 5th episode right now. Hey
Well-
viewers, you want to watch the 5th episode with us?
We could do it in every frame of pause. In EFAB version, where we just watch
But,
the episode and pause it.
He talks about, you can be a crime lord who runs things really awfully,
Right.
or you can be a crime lord who runs things efficiently.
You could be.
It's the difference
that takes
between-
money, or
It's the
someone
difference
that
between
does
being like
taxes.
Jabba,
Right.
who was obviously just like,
Okay.
I want this, bring it to me, throw him to the ranker, I've got money, whatever.
That was another thing. Okay, I'm sorry. So this is episode 2 because we finished basically episode 1. Episode 2, they bring in that girl when she hops out. Like I said, she captures one of these assassins. They bring him in and they set him down on his knees and you also have to remember these are they prop him up. They're like, these are very, very high end assassins. Pay top dollar for them. They'll never speak. They're giving them this like trying to build them up as this badass order, right? So, and as he does that, one of the Gamorrean guards has a machete basically to the dude's throat, and the dude like bends his head over the blade, and I'm like, okay, it's affirming what we know to believe that he's ready to die. If there are these badass League assassins, there's a good, I would say, it wouldn't be so far a stretch as a person to know that they probably know a good bit about Tatooine as a planet, right? Mm-hmm. They probably know that Jabba's dead, right? Mm-hmm. And if word got around that, Jabba not only died, but the Luke Skywalker dude, whoever he is, I mean, I thought he was just a myth. What is it? If he defeated the Rancor, that during a party at Jabba's palace, that was spread like wildfire, right?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, most of the people who know the Rancor died also died on the sand barge.
For sure,
Yeah.
for sure. But there was plenty. But
It was kind of an explosion.
In a sci-fi
The whole ship exploded.
in a sci-fi world, if nobody knew that Rancor died, I would be surprised because
Well-
I feel like especially on a desert planet where probably not much happens, hearing that a guy got trapped by the Rancor from Jabba's palace and survived would catch like wildfire.
Well, let's think about it as there's obviously not a lot of time between the sand barge party of the Sarlacc pit
Yes, but I think there's time enough.
and the Rancor pit. They probably didn't let anybody leave the palace because we have previously established that Jabba is a crime lord.
Sure.
So he's not above saying, hey, you're not leaving or you're going to die.
Well, that band left.
Did they, though?
Technically.
They could have just been in the green room on the sand barge.
The green room on the sand.
They're just waiting for their next show to go on.
Just because it's a sci-fi universe
Yeah,
doesn't mean they're at
sure.
green
But still, I do
because
think,
they were probably a more permanent band there.
Sure. I do think, though, it is reaching to say that nobody on Tatooine found out that Rancor died. Especially if Biz Fortuna came in and didn't have a Rancor.
I think he would be smart enough to know that, hey, there was only these couple of Gamorreans who survived. Who would know?
Sure.
I know.
Sure.
Let's start spreading rumors.
Rumors
do
about a
spread.
Rancor?
Yeah.
I mean...
If you're already committing mass crimes, are you really above a white lie?
Sure. I can understand that. But if rumor... like I said, I do think that it is not out of the question for rumor to have gotten out. What do you think, Jace? Do you think after Luke killing a Rancor that news would have spread of that?
Well, considering that Tatooine is mostly a desert island or planet where everyone has to travel on these broken down scooters from one place to another.
I don't know. Some of them look pretty fat.
Considering that the entire ship exploded and everyone who was there was pretty much murdered, there wasn't very many people to go around and say that the Rancor died.
I mean, there was Luke and Leia and all them.
Right, but they're going to stick around on Tatooine.
Well, yeah, no, but I'm saying that they'd probably tell their rebel friends.
Hey guys, and here's the other thing is, let's say somebody does go out and they go down to the Mos Eisley Cantina. And they say, I'm telling you, there was this guy that got dropped into the Rancor pit.
Yeah, who's going to believe
and he killed
him?
the Rancor.
Who's going to believe that?
Okay, sure.
You telling me
that'd be like me walking in
monster?
being like, hey guys, I just wrestled a 14-foot alligator.
Did you
and
win?
I choked it out.
Oh, wow. I'm so proud of you.
You'd be like, yeah, okay.
If
okay,
it's you, I believe it, because you've been taking jiu-jitsu.
So Bib Fortuna would take the place, and news would spread around that they're... And maybe not news would spread around, but he could, kill people and then claim that they died by Rancor.
Easily.
Right? Sure.
So,
okay. So you have this badass assassin, right? Who would probably know these lore bits and whatnot. So willing to die, ready, puts his head over the blade and everything. And they're like, we'll see how he fares against the Rancor, and they drop him in the pit. And as the doors start to slowly open up, his eyes are wide, he's freaking out. His eyes, he's getting scared and shit. And then he spills the beans on who sent him, which was the mayor. And the door opens and there's no Rancor. And part of me just, in my suspense of disbelief was not there. I'm like, if these are badass assassins, the dude was going to die either way if he dropped into a Rancor pit. I just don't buy that he would have spilled the beans that easily, because it was pretty easy.
I will raise you. A waterboarding at Guantanamo Bay sounds awesome if you don't know what either of those things are.
For sure.
Because that's kind of like the difference between, like you said, they did have like a machete to his throat. You slit his throat, he's gonna die.
Right.
You might die really slowly and really painfully in front of a Rancor.
Sure.
So I could see trying to get out.
But it is. I do think that's a stretch for the way, especially literally seconds after they built up these characters, to then have it flip on its head. I think that's too much of a stretch, personally.
I don't think so.
But I get your point where a slow and tortured death would be far worse. But they did also say that you could torture them and they wouldn't speak. So I do think it is a complete 180 flip, because they're like, you can torture them, you can do whatever, they're not going to talk, they're specially trained, and then they drop him in the Rancor pit and he spills the beans before he even sees the Rancor, which he may or may not have ever seen one before, so I don't think he would have spilled the beans so easily. Because
have you guys ever played the Star Wars Kinect?
No.
That they have for the Kinect Wii?
I heard that was a rough game.
It was a fantastic game.
Yeah?
I loved it. Oh my god, it was so much fun. But in the game, there were certain missions where you could just become the Rancor
that's cool.
and just rage. And you could pick up people and throw them across the map and hit
cool.
other people and pick up vehicles and smash buildings. It was so much fun.
Oh yeah.
It really showed you playing as a Rancor. It really showed you how terrifying a Rancor could be.
For sure.
If it got loose, because those things did a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
In the entire game, I don't think you ever fought against the Rancor. You just raged out as the Rancor.
So would you go so far as to say that you think Rancors are like raging beasts that could, Godzilla a city?
Not like a normal city.
Well, yeah,
they could
not
probably
a normal
Godzilla Tatooine City
right,
easily.
But would that be out of the realm of a Rancor's character?
Not really.
No, they're
yeah. You think that they would if
they're terrifying monsters.
Because there's a lot of different lore that goes into that.
Yeah. How so? Like what?
Well, just across a lot of the different series, they always set it up as this is this huge, super dangerous beast.
Right. I agree.
So the first time I ever played Knights of the Old Republic, a little bit of a throwback there, talking about Rancors.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the first one you fight in that game? It's in the sewers.
Yeah, it's in the sewers. Yeah.
So, the first time I played that game, I couldn't have been more than like 10 or 11.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just kind of flying through it, having fun.
Right.
And I didn't realize you were supposed to get this like special poison to kill it.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I remember that.
So-
I didn't know that either. I played that like 2 years ago.
I spent 2 hours using a stealth generator and a blaster pistol. And I'd sneak out, take a couple pot shots, and then sneak back up the hallway.
amazing. I love it.
But they set it up there. They set it up in the Dark Bane books. There's just so many places where they set up that, hey, this is like a truly big, truly dangerous beast.
Right.
Like, it's like trophy hunt of a lifetime.
Right. They're legendary
Yeah.
monsters, right?
And don't they
So
establish...
you
in,
already
like-
know, like, I'm on Tatooine.
Yeah.
There's terrifying things here.
Right.
So, you know, let's say even he suspects they might not actually have a ranker. Who
Right.
knows what they've got down there?
Sure.
And don't they establish in episode 6 that the sandpit monster,
Sarlacc?
the Starlack, actually is the mother of the Rancor?
That is never, ever,
I
ever
don't think they've
established.
established
I
that.
think
Man.
you're making that up.
I probably did.
He hasn't seen the movies in a while too, so it's all
I
good.
just,
Yeah.
for some reason...
But so there's a reason why I was prefacing that, and I agree with you all. I think that Rancors, for one thing, they look badass, but they're terrifying,
so cool.
monstrous creatures. But so anyway, we flash back to the desert train. Oh, and when Boba Fett goes in and he goes in and he talks to the mayor and starts talking about how, you know, they didn't get what was it, the not trophies, but treasure. They didn't get treasure from the tribute. That's the word. They didn't get tribute from the mayor, and the mayor, as tribute, gave him some advice. I don't remember what the advice was. I wasn't super invested at
The
that
early
moment.
bird gets the worm.
Yeah. Might have been something like
The
that.
second mouse gets the cheese.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Big bugs bite
But-
if you do not sleep tight.
So they go to the desert train scene. He teaches them how to get on the speeders, right? There's a little montage. Also,
montage.
I've noticed with a lot of modern movies, the big hook of these modern shows is making people quippy, you know, with like kind of short, kind of funny jokes or awkward scenes and things like
Right.
that. Where
Well, they can't stand to make something completely serious, so
Right.
they have to.
they have to insert. So there's this montage of Boba teaching them how to get on these speeders, and he's like, you know, go. He's like, stop, and this sort of thing. And he's like, and he looks at me, he's like riding a bantha, and I'm like, I'm watching Boba Fett imitate riding a bantha to Tusken Raiders. What the fuck am I watching? And I mean, I was laughing at it, but I just like.
Is he on a
He's on
scooter when he does
he's
it?
on a scooter, and he's just like a bantha. I'm like, this is not what I imagined Boba Fett to be doing. I expect him to be like a Mando when he's just murking dudes left and right.
So here's one thing to consider there.
I
Though.
feel like they made Boba Fett quippy.
One thing to consider is, and this is something they do an awful job at conveying in the show. I had to actually think about this to realize it. Is Boba Fett spent like 5 or 6 years in the desert with these Tusken Raiders.
Right.
So at that
As a
point,
slave.
he was probably a little loopy.
Okay.
So it kind of makes sense that like this dude's been baking in the sun.
Yeah, but my problem is that they don't. I understand show and don't tell, but I feel like if the general audience would be like, Boba Fett's, you know, it's funny. But if you're someone who really enjoys these characters, you're gonna be like, what the fuck is Boba Fett doing? And then you have to try and rationalize it. And I feel like that's too much for the show, because if they could give out a one-liner where they, you know, look at each other, maybe do some hand signals, being like, lack of water makes them loopy, you know, and that sort of thing. All they would need to do is just a throwaway line. I could be like, oh, he's, and that would make sense.
Yeah,
and
but
I
if
could
they'd done that, you'd be sitting here complaining that they told you, oh, he hadn't had enough to drink, so he's acting loopy.
Well, I will take
I should be able to tell that myself.
I would appreciate a throwaway line before just seeing Boba Fett acting loopy.
Well,
But
why
I
is
think
he
we
even
also-
laughing loopy? Why is that not just a part of his personality?
Because
So
he's
that's
never,
actually a conversation I had with Jeremy previously, before this,
Oh.
is I think Book of Boba Fett had so many expectations because of what people think Boba Fett's character is
Should
versus
be.
what his character actually is.
Right.
Because we're like
Because
people
there's
are
so
going
many-
into the show and watching it. They were expecting what culture has built him up to be like.
Yeah.
Where the writers might have a different direction they want to take him.
Because I'd say this is actually a more accurate Boba Fett than you'd read about on the internet.
Why is that?
Because, like I said, his dad died when he was like 10.
That's true.
And he's grown up basically around all these bounty hunters who may not even be that good at their job from what I've seen.
Right.
And, you know, his whole thing for years was, this Jedi killed my father.
Mm-hmm.
The Jedi need to die.
Yes.
I mean, he never. I mean, I can understand how he would have a issue with the Jedi, but I don't know if he had a vengeance against like killing Jedi as a whole. I mean, I can
particularly Mace Windu.
Yeah. It's not too much of a stretch. I'll give you that, but I don't.
Not only is it not too much of a stretch, it's canon.
Wow. Where in the canon? Wait, where in the canon?
It's not even that much of a stretch because it's canon.
Where in the canon?
It's in the Clone Wars. There's a story arc.
Oh yeah, which I think the Clone Wars did. From what I've heard from the Clone Wars, I think they did Boba Fett better than the show.
I think they did it fantastic either way, personally, because the same people are writing the show and also were writing on the Clone Wars.
See, that's what I asked
there's
Jeremy
an arc
last night
in the Clone Wars.
who's writing the show.
And it was John Favreau.
Yeah, who was also involved with the Clone Wars, along with Dave Filoni.
Yeah, Dave Filoni. That was the word. That was the guy we were trying to think of.
And which one of them was involved with Avatar?
I don't know. I wouldn't know that
One of them was involved with Avatar, so when you watch The Mandalorian, on his hands he has arrows, and it's an Easter egg.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Just as a throwaway.
Avatar is such a good show.
There's a story arc in the Clone Wars, because Boba Fett doesn't age as fast as other clones, because Boba Fett's a clone.
Right.
He actually infiltrates a Republic cruiser that Mace Windu's on by blending in with other clone cadets in an attempt to kill Mace Windu in a bombing.
That's cool.
And
Did
then
he succeed?
No. And then Mace Windu did the Mace Windu thing where he just refused to accept that, maybe he made a mistake.
Right.
And
Killing
sent Boba Fett
someone's
off
father.
to prison.
Oh, now we're dark and edgy.
Yeah. So,
It was just a little overexposed.
Dark
in
and
some
edgy.
areas.
so to me, I really don't think it's that out of character the way Boba Fett's been.
Not our kneecaps.
Let's raise that camera angle back up there a little bit, buddy.
Why? I think we're center frame. Fine, I'll raise it up a little bit. How's that?
I'm okay with that.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Not my kneecaps.
Oh shit! Bust your kneecaps.
So, I really don't think at any point is it like, oh man, they just murdered Boba Fett's character so much as
I don't think they've I won't say that they've assassinated the character. I just don't think they made him. Well,
I don't think he really had a character because, all we see in the movies is
I think
him
he
walk
had
around.
Like I said, I think he had a fair amount of character because a lot of people will say, he just. Like I said, just as a general viewer, it makes sense to not think that he had a lot of character. But like I was talking about earlier, I feel like with a few lines that he says in the show, you can get a lot from what he's saying. It's more of like a kind of, I wouldn't say Master Chief sort of character where but you do from what he does say, you can understand a lot of him as a character from just the subtle quips as nodding to Leia when she turns on the thermal detonator. You can understand, okay, he appreciates the high risk, high reward aesthetic, and he thinks that she seems to be fairly competent, and he respects her for that. For the line of, he's no good to me dead, you can gather from that Boba Fett doesn't really give a shit about Han Solo or the rebellion. He wants his credits,
right,
and he wants to be paid,
right,
and so you can understand from there that when he's for his bounty hunting, he takes his job very seriously, and you can also get from that. What was it? Among other things, I derailed my train of thought, but I wouldn't say he's not bloodthirsty in the show, no. But you can get from that he just he's very serious about his job, and he's been through enough crap where he's like, listen, he's talking to Darth Vader, and he goes, he's no good to me dead. If you're able to look at Darth Vader and talk to him like that without being scared out of your shit, you can tell that this guy has seen some action and he's competent, which is why I don't like the scene in Revenge of the...
Well, isn't there a
Return of the
comic
Jedi.
book where Boba Fett and Darth Vader fight to a standstill?
I don't know, but
I think I've read that somewhere.
I'm just trying to get ideas from the movies and the character that's in
Right.
the movies, because extended universe, there's loads of
So
stuff
much.
about Boba Fett, but if
Yeah.
you just focus on the movies, you can still get a lot of character from him. And so I feel like he was represented in the movies as an antagonist, and I feel like making him the Goodman protagonist in this show, I wouldn't say it's a problem. I just feel like it's a change that I don't feel like was necessarily justified.
I guess I don't understand because I haven't seen the show, because I'm not sure
Well,
where
he's
you have
not-
a flaw with his
well,
characterization.
Well, my flaw is just that he, as cutthroat as he was in Empire
Mhm.
and in Return of the Jedi, he's a lot more like sparing of people. He's very forgiving of people. He is more kind, I guess. He wants to rule with kindness and that sort of thing. And that idea, it sat wrong with me, just personally, because from watching, because I've only seen the movies too in Mandalorian, and in Mandalorian, I felt like his character seemed pretty consistent from how I remembered him. And it was written by the same people that do Boba Fett, right? He shows up, he's like, I want my armor. You're going to give me my armor. I'm going to take it from you. And I was like, okay, yeah, it's about what I was thinking. And then now it's him where he's like, I will rule with kindness. And I'm like, not what I was expecting. And I feel like you can make the change. You can change his character to be more kind and forgiving, and
Right.
maybe have flashbacks about how he missed his dad, and you could do something where if this had happened or that happened, maybe my dad would still be around, and you could use that sort of, if my dad wasn't so cutthroat and bloodthirsty, I could have, he could have still lived,
Right.
and we could have had a relationship together, because it shows him his Jango Fett in Slave One flying off, and it shows young Boba looking out, longing for his dad. And so I feel like if they had some dialogue in there for that would have helped push that narrative.
Right.
At least because this is also, I'm watching this show only seeing the movies. I haven't watched through all of Clone Wars, so I don't have all the context. And I
Right.
feel like the show shouldn't rely heavily on that kind of context. And so the change just seemed a bit drastic for me.
Well, see, I think there's just enough exposition in the show where he does talk about the fact that he has bounty hunted for a long time, and he's seen a lot of stupidity in the people that hire him.
Sure.
So he's creating a better environment.
Sure, and I think that stuff's fine. I just think
Because at the end of the day, even though I don't think he ever says he's going to rule with kindness. I think he just says he's going to rule without fear.
no, that's fair.
It's rule with respect, not with fear. And I think that's where you're losing it.
Yeah.
Mm.
I can see that.
Because it's not Boba Fett coming in like, we're going to make Tatooine a beautiful place. It's him coming in and saying, this place has been poorly managed. I think I can make more money doing it this way.
Right.
For sure. All right.
Because he says, I'm tired of working for idiots who are just trying to get me killed.
Yeah. Now, in that I can. In that
Because
I can
the
understand.
last idiot he worked for almost got him real bad killed in the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And ended up having him wander in the desert.
Yeah.
for
I mean,
years.
I don't question.
Right.
I don't question his motives as a for the reason of wanting to be a crime boss. The way I'm questioning it is the way he's going about it. Because the way he's ruling with respect is through the forgiveness and through the kindness and things like that. That's where I'm having my issue. It's not with his goal. It's just how he's trying to achieve it.
Let me ask, because I haven't seen the show, what specific points is he kind?
Well, when it comes to that, he's not. I wouldn't want to say as murderous, but he's very sparing of civilians when all of his other people are suggesting, hey, if you should probably end up killing this guy. Also, well, that's a different point. But there was a guy that came and pled his case to Boba and said, "Hey, these gang members, I've been taking in my crap, and
Right.
he's like, they've been stealing from me, and
Right.
they're they're committing hell on my prices and things like that. They're ruining my business." And to be fair, the guy was being very sleazy about his prices.
Right.
And so it's justified in that aspect. And so when Boba Fett goes to confront these guys and talk to them, they did they're charging a week's pay for a month's amount of water, which I think is a bit extreme, even for standards of any sort of civilization. Charging a week's pay for or charging what was the line? God, I can never think about it. It's like not a whole lot of water for like a week, for a month's price of water, for only a week's worth of water. So it's like you're charging.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, you're charging like.
Because I was sitting there thinking, if I'm living on a planet that's
Where-
entirely covered in brown coarse, irritating sand that got
I
everywhere.
can't remember the exact line, but they're charging them like, oh yeah, that's it, a month's pay for a week's supply of water.
Right.
That was what the line was.
But even then, Boba Fett still goes in there and says, well, this is what you're getting back. I'm keeping this much.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I get that, and I think the way that Boba should have handled it is what he ends up doing is he ends up hiring them. Which, if you already have these gang members who are ruffians about the city, because he said that they're not just stealing his water, but they're causing chaos. He's like, there's chaos in the streets.
Right.
All this crazy stuff is going on, and there needs to be order. Boba Fett hires them, and then tells the guy to drop his prices. I think he should definitely tell the guy to drop his prices. I think that was fair. That made sense. But hiring the gang members, I thought, was a little strange. I know he needs muscle, but I don't think he should.
Isn't he trying to rule in a different way?
Yes.
So, what's the problem with him hiring?
I don't think there's not a problem with him hiring. I just think it was who he hired. I don't think he should have hired them. I don't think.
Why?
Because they're not wanting to go on they don't have the same goals as he does. They're causing chaos and stealing as they will.
Right, but once he hires them, do they follow what he says?
I mean, yes, which doesn't really make much sense to me.
Well, then
Why
it
not?
follows along with the theme of the show that he's changing the world. He's changing Tatooine to be the kind of place that he wants to rule, right? So he's taking these people who are acting a certain way, and he's saying, hey, instead of like all the past people where you just get murdered because you're not doing things the way that I want them to be done, I'm going to give you a chance to work for me, change the way that things are being done here, and you can work off of respect rather than me putting bullets in you.
Okay.
So there's that aspect where the show is actively showing him trying to change how things are being run on Tatooine.
Okay.
And that's just what I've gathered from listening to how you're saying the show is playing out,
Right.
and not actually watching it.
Right.
But that's what it sounds like to me, is that he's following through with what he says he wants to do, which is rule in a different way.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
And as far as dropping the water prices, he goes there, he says,
that's
drop the
fine.
water.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then he's like, hey, these guys that are causing trouble, I'm going to give them a chance to not cause trouble for me by working for me.
Right.
All right? And if they're working for him, he's paying them, right?
Yeah.
Which gives them the incentive to change the way that they're acting.
Okay, sure, fair.
And he's also establishing that he still has his moral code, because he's not just going to try and work things out with the Pike Syndicate peacefully,
Right.
because he's already proved that won't work.
Right.
So he is gearing up for a war, which is in line with what you seem to think the character is.
Right. Well,
He's proved that he will fight.
Yeah. Well, my perspective of the character is just kind of the main audience, like the general audience idea of the character, which is just this silent but deadly antagonist who is, and also I don't even know what kind of crime they do. Well, what do they?
Crime.
What kind of crime do they do?
We do crime. Space
In
crime.
particular.
Like Boba Fett, like their crime syndicate. What do they do?
Space crime.
Like he's a crime boss, but like people give him money, but I mean I guess he gives them protection.
I mean,
I don't know.
just like any
but
other
that's
crime
still
boss.
kind of
Yeah.
extortion. We're not extortion, but it's still kind of like that's like the Italian mob style, right? But I don't think that'd be enough. I mean, what?
It's still crime.
Yeah. I mean, sure, but I just feel like
You see him jaywalk a lot.
Oh my God, does he?
Yeah.
all the time.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
What a savage.
He walks around like he owns the place.
Whoa.
But still, I feel like
Hold
Whoa.
up. Don't be walking around like you own a
I
place.
feel like if you're a crime boss or doing a show based around a crime lord, I feel like there'd be more discussion on what crime he's doing.
Right, but I think you said that the show's narrative is him changing the way that crime is done.
I know, but I don't know what crime they're doing.
Right.
So I don't know
Well,
how
I
he's
mean-
changing how it gets done.
It's kind of the difference between like being a band of serial killers and being a band of like tax fraud enablers.
Right. I just don't know what they're doing.
Because for the most part, it seems like it's just extortion.
Yeah, I know.
Probably.
I mean, I guess, but he already said that he had a lack of muscle. Would that be enough to house that? I mean,
What do you mean?
If
What
he
did
doesn't- if
Jabba
he-
really do
if
for
he
crime?
had all the numbers that we see that he has, it looks like he has like 15 people.
Right.
From what they've told us, and they already said that they were low on their men.
Right.
So I feel like if he's a crime lord, generally crime lords will dip their hands in multiple areas. Either drug sales, bounty hunting, or extortion, like what they're doing. And I feel
And
like they
who's
would
to
dip
say
their,
that he's not dipping his toe in those other areas?
I don't know. That's my thing.
Well-
I don't know.
We do know he's not dipping into spice running yet.
Right. Now, if he starts dipping into spice running, I would be like, okay, he's starting to branch out his avenues. But they've shown him where he already has a good amount of wealth, where they have like all this elegant food that's prepared for them and things like that. And he's getting these, he's getting the tributes. He can afford this bantha tank and all this other gear. I just don't know what else he does as a crime lord. I feel like I
Right.
said,
Well, have you ever watched Futurama?
no.
Future. I have.
I've seen a couple of episodes of it.
So you're familiar with the premise
Yeah.
that the main character was frozen and it's
Yeah.
fast forward in time.
Right, yeah.
A significant amount of time.
Yeah.
And we know that Jango Fett was paid a significant amount of money to be the what's the word?
The clone.
The alpha for the
yeah,
clones.
the alpha clone, yeah.
So who's to say, because it's been established that there are space banks.
Right.
Space bank. So who's to say that between Jango Fett's fortune, the money Boba Fett made from bounty hunting, who's to say that stuff didn't just make a ton of interest while he was in the Sarlacc pit? and wandering
Oh,
around
yeah,
there?
that's a valid point.
So that explains where he's got the money to get going right now. I don't think he's going to get into spice running because that's kind of what he's getting ready to fight against.
Right.
And there's a lot of people in the Star Wars universe who are like, I'll do a lot of things, but spice running is particularly bad.
Right.
So I think it'll kind of set up into a whole bounty hunting thing.
Okay.
And you'll see that. You'll see why I say that when we watch episode 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll make more sense.
Oh, that's right. There's only like 5 episodes, so it's the writers are still establishing a lot of
I mean,
groundwork.
It hasn't been. They haven't been doing a whole lot of. I mean, they've established, but it's been more of establishing Boba and not necessarily establishing his crime syndicate.
Right, but you also have to take in consideration before the show, Boba Fett was just a guy that stood there and nodded his head.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, that they wanted to make a show out of him because the culture thought he was popular. That's fine. I just think that, I mean, establishing Boba as a character is good, but when you the whole thing that I'm having, the issue that I'm having is I'm comparing this show to other shows that I've seen in the past and within the same amount of episodes, because the first season of Game of Thrones is like 8 episodes, and so it's roughly the same. They were able to basically lay out their groundwork of the environment, who are the main players, and where everything is going. Like they've world building
Right.
established, characters established, and the plot really gets rolling. Probably, I would say in episode 3.
Well, Game of Thrones
Well-
is also written from a book.
Yes, it is. It is
where
written from a book.
of Boba Fett, I think, is
Yeah,
written from.
it's written from John Favreau.
So here's another thing you need to understand, having not seen it yet,
Yes.
is for the first 4 episodes, they're doing 2 storylines per episode.
Oh,
Mhm.
interesting.
So there's the flashback storyline with the Tusken Raiders, and then there's also the present
fast
day
forward?
storyline.
Oh, okay. So they're
So
doing like the
that's why it's
Arrow.
moving slow.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're doing the whole Arrow thing.
Yeah,
Have
sure.
you ever seen Arrow?
I've seen Arrow. I've seen a couple. I think I saw the first 5 seasons of Arrow.
Dude, the first like 3,
Were pretty.
Were really good.
I enjoyed those.
I liked it a lot. And then like season 4
Yeah,
came out,
yeah,
and
yeah.
they started introducing like magic and shit, and I'm like,
Well, with me in Arrow, once he was like, because the whole premise was, I was on this island
for 5
for
years.
5 years and all this sort of stuff.
Except
And
for
I
I
was-
was.
Yeah, and that show. And as soon as he was like, I wasn't always on the island, I'm like, you've just broken your premise, guys. You just retconned like a portion of the show, which retconning in good context can work, but.
I actually didn't hate when they took him off the island, though.
Well, for me, like I said, it was just I thought I really enjoyed the concept and all the
Right.
the PTSD that came from being
Right.
on that island, and I just felt like changing that up and putting him in the population and things like that. I just felt like it messed with a lot of that,
Right.
a lot of
I
the
think-
foundation. You're hurting the foundation of the show.
What I liked behind it though is because when you watch it, you initially watch it, and he's like, he's been on this island for 5 years, and then you watch him come back to the city in like season 1, and he knows all this kung fu, and I'm always like, how do you learn kung fu? on
You learned it
an island?
from the what's his
But
face?
he learned it from the what's his face,
Bounty
but
Hunter.
no, he only learned archery.
He learned archery. He also knew how to fight. They did a ton of training with sticks, so I could assume that they also did other martial arts training as well.
Right,
I mean,
but they really hammer in the martial arts training and all of his other things that you see him use when he leaves and he gets stuck in China.
yeah. My whole thing with that though is that
Have you seen Arrow?
I could.
No, but I'm about to blow a gasket.
Okay,
Let's go.
let's go.
Because you just said, well, I saw them training with sticks, so I can assume they trained other martial arts.
Yeah.
So why can't you make the same assumptions for Book of Boba Fett?
And
Where's your difference?
for what context?
For several things you've said already, where you're like, well, I shouldn't have to make assumptions here.
Okay, well, what assumption are you talking about?
Well, like, I shouldn't have to assume he's Luke because he doesn't have any water. And I shouldn't have to assume that Fennec Shand is particularly good at parkour.
Right. When well,
I shouldn't have to assume that this gang of Power Rangers with fancy speeder scooters that Boba Fett hired are
Speeder scooters.
fresh
are cool.
off the boat from Nar Shaddaa. And that's why they're so clean.
Well, okay. So
Is
there.
Nar Shaddaa close
Well,
to
yeah.
Tatooine?
There's a.
I have no idea in universe.
Well, yeah. Let
We
me.
should get a map and see.
Yeah. Really cool.
The problem with that
The map is so huge.
one, the universe rotates
Yeah, well.
at different speeds.
Yeah,
So sometimes it's probably closer to Tatooine than other times.
that's true.
Which I'm surprised they don't bring up more.
Right.
I'm surprised it's not more often. Well, it normally takes 2 weeks to get here, but because of the way the planets are aligned, we're going to make it in 2 days.
Mercury's in retrograde, so
Well,
it's going to take us like 5 years.
Let me explain my point, because I do think I've been consistent for at least a good bit of it. With her showing parkour, I can believe that she's done parkour. She's already been known to be pretty well trained. My problem wasn't her doing parkour. My problem was her beating them in such a short amount of time. It was in a matter of 10 to 20 seconds. Now, like I said, all I would need is one shot. If you could give me one shot, that would have been fine. I wouldn't have had a problem with it.
So why don't you need one shot of Kung Fu training in Arrow?
Wait, one shot of Kung Fu training? Because...
Why can't you just assume that he was training martial arts?
So, the reason why is because if you look at... God, I can't... Who is the guy that trains him? I can't think of his name.
I can't
He's a
either.
popular character in Batman lore. I used to think...
Jet Li.
He gets trained by Ra's al Ghul.
Really? In the show? Wow,
And later
that's-
on, yeah.
That's
That's
interesting.
like if you keep watching, he actually duels Ra's al Ghul
So-
for the title of Ra's al Ghul.
So,
It's so badass. I actually like that season.
Deathstroke. So,
Oh, that's right.
Deathstroke has a couple of different abilities. Obviously, archery is one of them. So, The reason why I can assume that is because if he is training him, it is not so far of a stretch to assume that he's training him in multiple avenues. Because he's already shown him to train him with 2 different avenues. I can assume he's training him in different other ones as well.
Right.
Now, instead of flashing back to China, because they're doing flashbacks throughout the show.
Yeah.
They could, if they wanted to do martial arts, you could just as easily flash back to Deathstroke training him in martial arts.
Right, but I think it's...
Instead of flashbacking him to China.
It's imperative
but
for his character, right?
I mean...
Because the flashbacks of him being on the island was to show his survival grit.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But it's the stuff that happens to him when he's not on the island that makes him wants to go back home and change his city.
Well, I figure...
That's where his character growth comes into play.
In
which
China?
Which is why I think it's so imperative that they show those flashbacks of him.
I'm fine with the flashbacks. I just don't... I didn't see an issue with him wanting to change the city when he was just on the island.
Right.
I feel like there was enough there.
Right.
I mean, So, anyway, back to the assumptions thing. It's not so far of a stretch to assume that Deathstroke would train him in multiple avenues of training if he's training him. With her context of of beating her to the punch, my problem is that when in the structure of the scene, when they throw the knives, she leaps off this direction and they head in the opposite direction. And so from her teleporting from here to here is the problem that I have. It's not necessary, and you can make the easy assumption is
so you couldn't say that maybe she's been on Tatooine for a while before this, and maybe she just likes to run around the rooftops regularly. Because she is seen as a very acrobatic character at multiple points.
Sure.
In the show and others.
Yeah.
So it's not that much of an assumption to say that, she's a master assassin.
Right.
She's been to Tatooine before.
Right.
She's ran along these routes before. She dives off this way and goes,
well, I think the whole point...
I know a quicker spot through right here.
I
that I don't have to do necessarily as much work to get ahead of it.
I think Philip has a point there because I don't think they would have shown her running and jumping in the opposite direction. I think
Why?
the fact
Why
that
though? Why though? Why?
Well, if they're showing her run and jump in the opposite direction, that's all the context you need for you to know that she knows a faster way.
Well,
because if there wasn't a faster way, they would have just shown her.
Well, that's not what they do
after.
though. That's not what they do.
What do they do?
It's not that she, because if that was the scene, it would actually make perfect sense. Because if that was, and actually it would have been a lot better, if that was the scene, they were running and it would cut to her and she would stop and she would look over to the side and dash off to the side. It's like, wait, I know a faster route. Boom. What happens is that they're running from her, they stop, they throw knives at her, and she instinctively turns around and leaps off to dodge the knives. So she's acting on instinct to get out of there.
Right.
Yeah,
rather
so
than
what I'm
trying
saying is why can't you make a similar leap of faith there, similar assumption, and say when she dodges out of the way, she goes, I recognize this place.
Because they don't show that.
Why do they have to?
Well, I mean...
Should they have to show that any more than what's-his-face training Kung Fu?
Yes, because the reason why is because what you see from her is her acting out of instinct and not her...
Acting off of
her own knowledge. Now, it's not...
Has anybody ever asked you for your high school diploma?
No, but that's
they
the thing.
assume you just actually have it, right?
My point is that her
I don't
leaping
think I ever
off.
got my paper. They're like, you have to go back to the school to get it, and I'm like, I'm never going back to that school for anything.
I'm not going back. You can just order them online.
Photoshop it.
My thing is that is her acting out of instinct and dodging out of the way, which is what it appears to be. That's the way it's shown.
Right.
And then showing her beating them from her skill in parkour, because before she couldn't catch up to them.
Okay.
Before she was following behind them at a steady pace, and they were doing all their cool parkour stuff, which was cool looking.
I wonder if she jumped off, saw a guy with a scooter, and was like, "That's what I need."
That would have been cool.
Just
that would have been awesome.
And
that would have made perfect sense.
I'll give it to you. There could have been another 20 seconds of screen time. I could have given you just a little bit extra.
Yeah.
And you would have never said a thing about it.
Exactly. And that would have been great. That would have been wonderful.
But I don't think that extra 20 seconds of screen time is necessary.
Well, I mean...
Especially in the grand scheme of the, 3 to 4 hours of screen time we have so far?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, is that my issue is that it's these little bits. It feels contrived. Like we need her to beat them to capture this guy, and having her, I feel like it would have been better. You know, it would have been better for her for them to show us that she's competent enough to beat them to the punch,
Right.
and to reveal it beforehand.
So you don't have an issue with the fact that she was capable of doing it.
I don't have an issue with that.
The
I have an
problem
issue
that
with
you
the way that
have
they got
is
there.
the way that they
They got there. Yeah.
that they wrote it.
Yeah, and so I feel like that was too. And what we were talking about with assumptions, I feel like what they showed was too much of a stretch for me personally to see. Because of the fact that she was acting out of instinct, and then
Right.
she was able to be competent enough to still beat them. I just feel like it wasn't the bar wasn't set high enough for me to believe it.
That's fair.
And
I mean,
so,
that's fair.
Yeah, and so
Well, I'd also say it's a well-known thing, even in the real world, that when you're in a high-stress situation and you got adrenaline pumping, you're capable of things you might not normally be capable of.
Right.
anyways.
From a third party perspective, it's known that she's already been established as a competent character.
right.
You know, and trained. What is she, like an assassin?
She's a master assassin.
Okay, well, she's a master assassin, which has been established. And it showed that she's capable of doing all these things. I think the only problem with the scene was the way they decided to portray her doing it, which is such a minuscule problem.
Yeah.
Like, because it doesn't.
But what
that
it does
one
do,
little
but here's the
aspect-
thing.
Because
though.
if you
Here's-
really want to talk about a
here's
problem,
here's the issue though. If she is, it might look like a minuscule problem, but because of that small problem, she's able to capture them. They find out who sent them in the first place, and they're able to go in and contact that guy. So
I don't think.
if she's able to, what my problem isn't the fact that she, well, one of the issues is that there's this small thing where she beat them, but what that causes in the
Right.
long term is a pretty vital scene. They need to capture these guys to find
Right.
information, and the fact that they did it in a small broken way, but in a broken way, I feel like now a part of the story is based off this little, your story's only as, what is it? You're as strong as your weakest link.
Right.
And so I feel like building the story off of that part of the weak link just isn't there.
I like I said, I haven't seen the scene that we're talking about, and maybe we should go and watch it real quick.
Sure.
But I just don't see, because it's already established that she's a master assassin.
Right.
It's already established that she knows the lay of the land.
Yeah.
It's already established that she's capable enough to run around and figure out things.
Well, the understanding the lay of the land is a bit of an assumption, but you can still roll with that. That's fine.
I just don't think that it's like whether or not they've showed that extra 20 seconds that we're all debating here.
Right.
I don't think that really matters to the length of the story, because she's going to catch them whether we show the 20 seconds or not. So the only problem we have is that extra 20 seconds doesn't flesh out that one aspect. And maybe they didn't have time to do that extra 20 seconds because they needed to show other things that were happening that were more important.
That's another thing. If we already assume she's going to catch them, the whole point of the suspense of the story is she going to be able to catch them in time? And so it's kind of because when you're watching it, you're like, it could be up in the air. She could lose them. If we already know, I mean, it's like.
Were you surprised when she jumped out?
Yes, I was.
Then maybe that's what the writers wanted.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I was also surprised when Luke threw his lightsaber. Doesn't mean it's good.
True.
That's a terrible example. That was awesome.
No, that was complete horseshit.
Oh, that time he threw his lightsaber.
Oh yeah.
I feel like Philip wiped that from his memory so hardcore.
Nailed it. That was amazing.
Well, I was thinking didn't he throw his lightsaber in episode 6? That was
that
cool.
was amazing.
Yeah,
That was a great scene.
I was like, why would that be bad?
Philip was still on Tatooine.
Okay, so let's see. There was this one thing that I thought was
moving on from those 20 seconds.
Yeah, I was gonna say we debated that for a while.
Well, I feel like last closing statements for it, from my perspective, I don't feel like those 20 seconds are important enough for the writers to show it.
Okay.
Because there's enough that's already established about the character where it makes sense that she's capable enough to do the whole bait and switch and flip out.
For y'all guys, it's basically like it's not too much of a stretch to assume that she was able to get there.
Right.
Before
And where it
to me, it's the equivalent of if you took episode 4.
Right.
And you've got the trench run.
Yeah.
And you only show the parts of the trench run with Luke, and you don't show the other 2 guys in this formation that get shot down. Mm-hmm. The trench run's still good, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, wait, are you talking about like the other guys that are there? What scenes are you talking about? The scenes like
I'm talking about they're down in the trench.
Yeah.
The other 2 X-wings get shot down, and then it's just Luke going down the trench towards the exhaust port.
Well, no,
if you cut out the first half of that scene, it's still a good scene.
I don't think it would be as good though, because it already shows that. Because the danger level isn't there. He lost half of his squad.
So what you're debating is not whether or not it was a good scene. You're debating how good of a scene it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm talking about for as far as episode.
I'm gonna count that as a win.
I didn't know this was a win.
I'm just talking like these are just notes that I was
saying for Philip
in passing. My whole thing was that if you're talking about episode 4. If you remove all of the scenes of, Biggs getting shot,
right?
You remove it. I wouldn't say it relieves the tension, but then what? Then all you're left with is, they're going up against the trench run. Luke fires the torpedo in there, and he saves the day for a shot, showing that all the other characters were struggling and all of his team was dying. There's that hint of danger and that hint of suspense, and also him getting shot adds to that. And so I think it would have been a much weaker scene if those were in. And I don't even know if it would be considered good because it would have been way too easy.
But they throw knives at her.
Yeah, they throw knives.
That's danger.
That's danger. Yeah, no.
Danger.
But that's a different point. But we'll move on. So y'all's point is that it's not too far of a reach. For them to say my whole point
because
is
my last argument towards it is she is a modified human being.
Sure, yeah.
She is not fully human.
Right.
And these guys are presumably fully human.
Yeah. And so...
So, to me, it's not out of reach that she might not have, like, some little chemical booster going in there or something either.
Got a little steroid juice.
She jumps off the building and just does a
line
of cocaine.
Like I said, y'all's point is that it's not too much of a reach for her to beat them in the context of the show.
Not having seen the scene... just here talking about it and listening and hearing both sides from it, I don't have a problem.
I just want to make sure that I'm getting y'all's point.
Yeah,
right.
I don't
say that I've got it right?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the way it's done. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
My opinion might change after I watch it.
Yeah.
So now I'll tell you about the scene I have the biggest problem with.
Ooh, I'm interested now. Is it in episode 2?
No.
Okay, well then we'll move on to, because there's a couple other things in episode 2 that I wanted to point out. What episode is that?
I believe it's episode 3.
You talking about the fresh ass bikes? That's what I put as the column, fresh ass bikes. Oh, there was another one I forgot. Now, it's an issue with common culture, but I just thought it was funny. It is a nitpick, I will admit. It's a small thing, but I was just it took me it took me a second, but I was just like, wait a minute. So it's Star Wars. They have blasters, right? You see Han Solo whips out his blaster, does a little pew pew, right? Pew pew. Well, they're talking, and I can't remember who was being threatening, but he's like, watch my back or whatever. She walks back. There was some dialogue, and it cuts to her from this angle. She racks her blaster, and my thought was like, and you don't hear any sort of like sounds, any sort of humming, any sort of like activation of a blaster. And I'm like, and my as I was sitting there, I guess it's just because I'm so interested in weapons and I like guns and stuff. I'm like, did you rack
a laser gun?
A laser gun?
So I noticed that
because it's just, and I was like, wait a minute, that's for bullets, ain't it?
I noticed that too, and it was one of those things where I saw it.
Like I said, it's a nitpick, but I was just
and
like,
I thought to myself, huh.
Like, because if it went like, and went, I'd be like, okay, it's like charging up. That's just how it charges. But
right.
It was just, and I was like, wait a minute.
Maybe the rack was the safety.
That would be a terrible safety.
That was the point I was about to make.
Oh,
that would be a shit safety.
But I think the reality is that was just a little Hollywood moment
Yes.
to establish, like, oh,
Now-
serious.
Yeah.
Now she's
Oh yeah.
serious.
Now she's locked and loaded.
Because,
Loaded
like,
with
I will be
plasma.
honest, like, a lot of times in Star Wars, it is kind of unsatisfying when they just pull out a blaster and shoot.
Yeah, sure. I could if they had
Like,
if
if
they
there
had a
was a-
mechanism that wasn't a rack, I'd be fine with it.
If, like,
A little on and off button.
Yeah, like if they just slapped a button on there, it's like, I'd be like, all right, that's cool. Or like in what was it? I know it's still technically racking, but if not Mission Impossible, Matrix, when he's like, that's why it'll work, and he slaps the gun, and it's now if they had a thing like that was like an on switch or something like that where they just like slap the shit out of it and it cuts on and be like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. But a full like cock back like military style, I was like, that's kind of funny.
now, conversely, in-universe lore-wise,
Well, I'm not talking about lore, I'm talking about the show.
I know,
Okay, just want to preface.
but in-universe lore-wise, there is precedent for actual projectile firearms in Star Wars.
Right.
Are there 11 people watching?
No.
No.
Current view. No, current view.
We've had 3 people rewatch.
Oh.
Yeah. Replaybacks. Wow, look at that. Oh, but
Look at us go.
Is there
Look at
anyone?
this
Oh, someone commented.
yeah, I don't know who that is.
Hello.
VYN
VYNFYI. What does that mean?
VYN.
Also, if anyone's watching and has comments, please.
And
throw
also,
'em up.
what's up with the caps?
I don't know. Maybe she's just being fancy. I'm assuming it's a she. Maybe it's a he
That's
or
a
they.
large assumption.
I know.
Do we want to meet Riley's girlfriend?
Absolutely.
Party on the couch.
What?
Fuck. Anyway, so also.
But- Anyways, as I was saying,
Yeah.
in-universe,
Okay.
In universe.
and actually it's really relevant because it's Mandalorian technology.
Ooh.
The Mandalorians developed what they call slug throwers.
Yes, they developed guns.
Did they? Did
They
they,
developed-
shoot slugs?
I thought that was hilarious.
They
when I heard
developed
about that.
actual guns, and do you want to know the reason?
Force.
I love this.
So you know Jedi can deflect blaster bolts, right?
Right. They can't deflect bullets.
Exactly.
So Mandalorians just
So they
kill
made
Jedi
real
with
guns.
Fuck
To fight
yeah.
I found out what'll kill the Jedi. What? Guns.
So
Like,
in
really?
universe, that is something that exists, but that's obviously not what happened there.
Yeah. Yeah. Moving on to the next point. What's the next thing?
Yes. So.
I
Like-
can't wait till I get to yell about my point.
Yes, I'm excited. There was one. Now, it's still a stretch because y'all guys talked about cacti.
Cactus.
But and actually that would have been funny. But so they give him, as every tribe in the world has, they give him the honorary LSD trip.
Fuck yeah.
And he trips his balls, and they
It's a
said
lizard.
this frog.
It's a lizard.
This lizard will guide you, right? No, so you know how if anyone's ever tripping, you have somebody to make
A
sure
trip
that-
guide.
Yeah, a trip guide, right? That's not but not in the context of the lizard because the lizard kind of carries him, but you normally have somebody with you
Right.
to make sure that your trip goes good.
Right.
And that you don't die on a desert planet with monsters everywhere. So
Fair enough.
he starts tripping balls, right? Wanders out into the in his vision. He's wandering out into the desert, and he sees this tree in the desert. And I'm like, interesting symbolism, but is there a tree, like a tree
Yeah.
on Tatooine with wood, like because there's no trees in our deserts because you know how much it needs to survive off of moisture, right? So okay, look, all right. It is a fucking tree. So this guy gets in.
Oh, it's a real tree?
He gets
I
wrapped
have been in
up.
deserts with trees.
He gets wrapped up in this one tree in the middle of nowhere, right? Breaks out of the tree. Cool symbolism, right? And I'm like, oh, cool vision. I wonder what this symbolizes and stuff like that. What are the metaphors behind there? And then it cuts back, and he's walking in the desert with a stick, and I'm like, oh, that was real. And they just let him walk out in the desert in this hazard minefield of creatures. And he found a tree, one tree, in the middle of the Dune Sea.
I wonder if it was like he just saw one branch, like a random branch.
He just picked it up.
Well, he's hallucinating, so he thinks the whole branch is like this giant ass tree. He's like, I've got to fight the tree so I can get the branch.
Yeah, just like he's
Just
like
somewhere,
wigging out,
like
trying
one
to
of
get
the
over.
Tusken Raiders, like off in the distance, just watching
Well,
him
there
like
wasn't,
fight.
though.
And he's like, wow.
There wasn't though. They just let him walk.
Of course they did. They don't care about
they
him.
didn't have a well, I mean, the way the show shows it, I mean, they wouldn't have given him the trip because they're trying to like bring him up as one of their own. They didn't give him a trip guide. They just gave him this lizard like, here, go trip. Have
Maybe
fun.
it's part of their culture. Like if you don't survive,
then you don't- well, that would have been nice to know. They would if they were just like, he will not survive. Walks back to the street. But yeah, no, there is apparently.
Well, I feel like they make it pretty obvious it's a rite of passage without saying, this is our Tuscan rite of passage.
Well, sure. No. I assume it is a rite of passage. Don't get me wrong. That it is shown as a rite of passage. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if it would have been cool if they also had that, because I feel like letting him wander out into the field alone, tripping his balls off, he would have been dead.
Well, he wasn't alone. He had the lizard.
He did have the lizard.
What? The lizard just made him trip balls, and I mean, the lizard did guide him.
No, the lizard was physically inside him.
Yes, the lizard was inside him, guiding him.
So,
Do you think the lizard
What
guided them to
happens?
the tree?
what happened?
Do you think they all go to the tree?
Yeah, they all.
Yeah.
Because what happens is he comes back with a branch, and that's how he makes his gaffy stick. It's made of wood.
Oh my god! Then the lizard totally guided him to the tree.
It did.
Yeah, so what happens is they've got this little lizard in this little cage,
and they
the tribal leader opens it up, and it just up his nostril.
just shoves it up your nose. Yeah,
That's
makes
dope.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. I thought it was an interesting way of doing it instead of the normal mushroom or
Right.
drink this or that sort of thing. I thought that was cool. I just thought it was really funny that they didn't have anyone help him. They're like, oh yeah, where there's all these monsters like the ones that we saw before.
Yeah.
And the world as one human, it is too unpredictable of a landscape to traverse by yourself. And so
He
I don't.
had
The guide,
the lizard.
that is not enough. That is not. You can't. It's not like a path that you follow where there are no monsters.
Right, but the lizard's guiding him to the tree.
Yes, that
was an allegory.
It's fine. It's fine for the lizard to guide him to the tree. I just, like I said, it wasn't a big deal. I just thought it was hilarious that they just
Isn't
let him.
Boba Fett also supposed to be a badass?
Yeah,
character?
but he's tripping his balls off, dude.
We've
Have
been
you
over
never
this.
tripped off your balls and went and fought a bull?
No.
Oh.
Who can do that? Who can
Everyone.
be tripping on LSD and fight a bull?
It happens.
So
Joe Rogan could probably do it.
My whole thing is that if you have a Dune
I
scene,
feel like in universe, Boba Fett is like the Joe Rogan of Star Wars.
but
Like that's probably how Book of Boba Fett's gonna end. He's gonna have a podcast.
yeah. Welcome to the Boba Fett podcast.
Finnick, look that stuff up on the Galactic Net.
But my whole thing is they didn't have anybody
Effie.
like. It was pure chance that he was able to make it back with a, and not only that, but with wood.
Did
wood
he
is
encounter
wood is,
any monsters though?
No, not one. And like I
That
said,
he
I
noticed?
don't believe
He was high.
I don't believe that he could have walked a specific path and not reach a creature. I think that is, I mean, to be fair, it is a giant dune sea where there are creatures prevalent. But if you just have food, just walking around tripping balls, you're going to eat them.
Right, but who's to say that he just didn't run into any creatures?
Yeah, it's just. I just
Like,
think that
how-
I know it's possible that's the way they portray it. I just think that's stupid.
Well, Philip, how many times have you been to the desert?
Well, this is not the same kind of desert though. This is a random planet. We can throw out our.
Well, I mean, even if we're throwing out all of our earthly,
I mean, not all of them, of course, but as
experiences.
far as monsters go,
but like if you walk out and
no one.
Tatooine is established to be like it's a
Yes.
big place,
And it's also established that nobody travels alone. Because you
Fair.
never see
But-
a single person traveling alone.
It's especially established that typically the reason nobody travels alone is because of Tusken Raiders.
Tusken, I mean, I don't think it's specifically because of Tusken Raiders. I think
That's
it's because
mentioned a lot.
it is mentioned a lot, but I don't think it is exclusively by them. It is a dangerous planet with all kinds of beasts. I don't think.
And I would also say that it's established multiple times that just because you don't see Tusken Raiders doesn't mean they aren't there.
that's
Sure.
true.
So
Yes,
they
but
might have had-
them sitting at their tent. It's not. I don't think it reveals anything. Like I said, I think that's just too much of a stretch to assume.
I don't think so
To
at all.
assume that he was protected the entire way because they don't ever show that.
I don't think he should have been protected. I think the point is that he needs to go out there to the tree.
Well, at that
grab
point,
a
then it's
branch
just
on his
at
own.
that point, then that's just a game of chance.
Right.
Which isn't necessarily a rite of passage. It's just a game of chance. He makes it,
Well,
or if he's unlucky.
Aren't the Tusken Raiders portrayed as like very like primitive?
I mean, not in these shows. I mean, they're regarded as primitive, but not. I mean, they're
a
like
pretty primitive tribe.
Who's
they're
to say
tribe,
that they
though.
don't send like when they do this rite of passage? Like, who's to say a majority of them don't make it?
Yeah, I just think. Well, here's the thing though.
Maybe
With
that's
them-
how they do population control.
Like the Dune Sea needs population control. They
I
haven't.
think
They
it would
haven't.
be a real problem if the Dune Sea got overpopulated.
I think, but
Considering there's
I
not
do
enough
think
water.
though. I mean, is it not too much of a stretch to assume that that him doing that rite of passage was purely luck?
Maybe it was.
And that's
And maybe that's the point.
that's my issue with it. Is I don't think that
Maybe the
makes sense.
point of a Tusken Raiders religion
That- I just don't
is
think
it's
that-
based in luck.
I just don't think that's logical, and I don't think that's shown. I think what they did was they just gave him an LSD trip and let him wander because that's what the show wanted him to get to the tree, and they wanted him to get there safely, and they didn't want to show, and that's what they did, and I don't believe it. That's my thing. Just don't believe it. Not being shown because they were wandering.
That's incredibly nitpicky about a space opera.
Okay.
That's
It's
entire
also
point
it's
is
also a story.
he can choke this guy with his mind, and then there's these other guys with jetpacks who wear armor that's pretty much impervious to everything.
And then there's these guys that put lizards up their nose and they walk to trees.
But here's the thing.
And
though.
here's this tribe of religious primitives that
Okay.
never show their skin from the day they're born.
Yes, but here.
So I don't see how it's so much of a stretch past anything else in Star Wars to say he was on the lizard trip, and the lizard trip was a successful trip.
Okay, so here's why I think that's
Well,
a
if the
bad
lizard,
argument.
if the lizard's guiding him to the tree, don't you think the lizard could have guided him away from all monsters?
See, here's my point. Here's the thing.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I know, and I know y'all guys. I understand y'all are trying to say that. I just don't think that that's enough.
I don't think you were prepared for Jace to agree with me.
No, I am. I'm fully prepared for y'all guys.
I wasn't prepared for Jace to agree
So-
with me.
So what you said is don't. Well, I'm not gonna. You're saying it is a space opera full of these weird Tusken Raiders and
Wizards.
and wizards. But then again, look at the Lord of the Rings. It is full of wizards. It's full of hobbits. It's full of dragons and all this random crap. But the writing.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty
But-
unrealistic
no.
that somebody this tall could walk all the way to a volcano without any truly major incident.
Well,
If
not-
Frodo
that's
can
not,
survive
that is not
that-
how the Lord of the Rings goes.
If Frodo can survive that, I think Boba Fett can survive a night in the desert.
Maybe Frodo just had a lizard in his nose.
my point
the entire time.
My point is that in the Lord of the Rings, the way that the challenges are perceived and the way these things are going, it might be a show about, or it might be a movie series about wizards and orcs and all this stuff, but it is written far better than the book of Boba Fett. Because
Well, yeah, it's also written by one of the greatest writers of all time.
I'm talking about the movie adaptation, which is still based off the books. However, my point is that bad writing is bad writing. It doesn't matter what the context is. It doesn't matter if it's a show full of wizards. If you can write it good, you can write it good.
Right.
My point is that it's illogical the way that they sent Boba Fett out into a dangerous wasteland by himself with no assistance or not necessarily assistance. It didn't even need to be assistance. If you just even had, like I said, one guy watching him, it would have made plenty of sense. And it
Well,
would have
did
been
he
Well,
more.
have
they've
any
already
weapons?
shown.
It's just not
They've
enough.
already shown in previous episodes that they sent out 2 slaves into the desert with a kid and a dog.
Yeah, that's more than one person that's tripping his balls off.
I don't think it's that much of a stretch to say we've been training this guy as a Tusken Raider. This is our religious rite of passage. He's got the lizard in his nose.
It's still
This
a game
is
of,
what we all do.
it's still a game of luck though, and I don't think that makes any sense for them. But that's just me personally. I just don't think it makes sense.
I still don't think that's the most egregious thing this show has done.
For sure. I'm just going through all the notes that I've gone through, and
What's the
When we
next
get to the
one?
most egregious thing this show has done, we might be here for 6 hours.
yeah, well, I'm fine with that. We got and then we have episode 3. So
Hey. So episode 2 is just him tripping.
no, episode 2 is the assassin. I was talking about how everything is too clean. It's more of more talking about talking to this person, talking to that person, getting to know everybody. I think that's kind of what I got from it. I don't really remember much of it. Really. I don't. It's because it's just not... What?
Hey, let's have this 10-hour conversation about a show I just watched that I don't remember half of.
Well, yeah. I mean, if your show doesn't give me a bit... If I can't remember a show... I mean, come on. I can remember Game of Thrones.
Right, but you've also been watching it periodically.
Okay.
But you didn't watch all of Game of Thrones in one night.
No, but I've watched more episodes of Game of Thrones, and I have a better understanding of how how Game of Thrones flows than Book of Boba Fett. The reason why I don't remember Book of Boba Fett is because it was kind of boring. And the stuff that they talk about just wasn't...
I'd say it's because you binge watched it, actually.
I just don't...
Because I have more trouble remembering things I binge watched than things I've watched as they came out episodically. Which I have done with Book of Boba Fett.
Okay.
Interesting. Well, I mean, that just goes down to like...
It's just, yeah. It's just not memorable to me.
Well,
that's my point.
Crazy to think about. To think that your memory... Because if you go to binge something...
Well,
you're trying to take in all this information at once, where if you watch it periodically, you have time to watch it, and then you have a whole week to think about what you watched before you watch the next one. That's a very fascinating point.
And I mean, I've watched Game of Thrones pretty regularly. I would say I watch about an episode a day. I've only been watching Game of Thrones for about a week, but like I said, the way the world building's set up and the way that the story goes, even though I've technically watched more of Game of Thrones, still within a fair amount of time, Book of Boba Fett just isn't memorable to me.
I have not watched a live action show.
I watched Mandalorian periodically, and it's still not memorable to me.
Really?
In a while.
Because I thought Mandalorian was so fantastically done.
I don't.
I think that was the best piece of Star Wars media we've gotten in a long time.
Now, I think Rogue One was the best that we've had in a long time.
Ooh, Rogue One was so
I think
good.
Rogue One was great. I think Mandalorian was okay, and I just don't like Book of Boba Fett. I think there's too many logical issues with the show, and I think my whole issue with Book of Boba Fett, besides like a lot of the logical issues that the show has, is the fact that the potential that they had with the idea of a Boba Fett as we've known him as a culturally known him, I feel like would have been a better story. Even what you said, having him on Nar Shaddaa, I think would have been great. And doing that sort of thing, I think there were better avenues that could have gone than the way that they went with this show. And that on top of all these issues with set pieces being revealed, there was a shot that I saw where there was an overhead shot where you can see the set where they put up 2x4s onto, you could see the walls, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know that Tatooine was made out of wood. But you could see it's obviously the set being set up.
Yeah.
And things like that, and then of course things being too clean, it just wasn't immersive for me. A lot of the characters that I was watching just weren't memorable. I don't even know half their names, even though they talk.
There's a lot of characters they don't give you names for.
Well, yeah, no, I'm talking about like mainline characters. Like I don't even know the chick's name. I just know her as the assassin chick. I don't know her name. I know Boba Fett. I know Bib Fortuna. I actually only knew that. I forgot it a while ago, and I only remembered it because the show was talking about it again, or they mentioned his name. I don't remember the name of the mayor. I don't remember any of the players that are in it. I know there were the Hutt twins, but like I said, it's just not. I just didn't have. It's not memorable to me. It didn't have that good character. I think the only thing that I do remember a decent amount of is the Tusken backstory, and I think that was because it was more it was character driven, and the plot was steadier, whereas with
well, it was something you haven't seen on screen.
Yeah, with the flash forwards, the dialogue between the characters just wasn't there for me. I just wasn't super interested in it.
What do you think about Chef Grievous?
Oh, I don't even fucking know what you're talking about. That's how much I didn't pay attention to the show.
So I guarantee you know what I'm talking about. It's when they break into the Jabba's palace to steal.
Oh yeah,
right?
in the blades. Yes. Yep. Oh my god.
I thought that was a fantastic scene.
So they brought in they start taking over Jabba's palace, right?
Right.
So it's trying to catch us up to the later episodes, and they go into the kitchen. And there's this droid that brings out, like, he's the chef. He brings out these cleavers, and he does the the crossing like General Grievous does with his blades, and I'm like, the fuck am I watching? What is this?
But there are also some horrifying implications in that episode. So I watch with subtitles on.
So did I.
I always watch with subtitles on. It's just a thing I do.
Right.
And one of the droids in the kitchen's name was literally sous chef droid. So that's all he does.
Nice.
Nothing else. It's that droid's only purpose in life.
It's soup.
Yep, that's it.
Well,
That's amazing.
Well, sous chef isn't a. I might be wrong on this, but isn't sous chef isn't a sous chef a step down from a chef?
Yeah.
I
You have
think
your
so.
chef, and then you have a sous chef.
Yeah. Well, you have the.
Or is it a chef that only commits lawsuits? A sous chef.
But
I
I,
just
thought that was a
want
pretty
a,
funny application.
I want to show.
And that was another point where they had some really good comic relief that I didn't think was
Look at those
outside the
thighs.
realms of it.
Oh my god, Jace.
That's for you viewers.
And now we're off YouTube.
Now we're off YouTube.
Now time to start quoting the CDC.
Oh man.
So what are we
So
moving on to?
yeah, I was about to say, what all happens in episode 3? Do you remember?
So I want to say, was episode 3 the one where they go to get his ship back?
I think so.
I want to say
Are
it's
you having
over-
trouble remembering it?
Well, because I know they show the whole bit where he goes and saves Fennec Shand. Because this is where it crosses over into present day with the flashbacks. Because the big train that runs across the desert is owned by a criminal gang called the Pike Syndicate.
Right.
And they're spice runners.
Okay.
So they attack the train. And in return, these spice runners attack the Tusken camp while Boba Fett's not there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he decides to take them all out.
Gotcha.
So he goes looking for his ship and his armor. Because he wasn't looking for his ship and his armor the entire time he was with the Tuskens. So he goes and looks for his ship and his armor so he can fight these guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that really seems to be the whole point of what he's doing, taking back over Jabba's territory. Really.
Is getting his armor back and stuff. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what the view. I think it's a spam spam link.
Probably.
So, yeah. Anyway, so what were you getting at? Were you, catch me up a little bit.
I was talking about why Boba Fett's getting his ship and his armor back and trying to build up his
Oh yeah,
whole team.
yeah.
It's to fight the Pike Syndicate.
Right.
That's really, I think, his ultimate point there.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, and that scene I didn't have any problem with. You know, it was a good amount of action. I mean, there were. Let's see, because it was pretty. I wouldn't say it was stealthy. Oh, there was the little bot. So you had this. She sent this little droid, and I mean, if you know, with our modern tech, you know, we have various forms of surveillance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the Star Wars universe, for this, she has this like stealth camera droid. It can basically project a hologram, which I thought was cool. You know, it's this little dot, but this little dot has like 3 or 4 bright red lights on it, and so my personal thought, and it is more subjective, but it's like way to be more noticeable is to float at head length, because that's what it does. Is it's flying around, it floats at head height.
Right.
And it's got these 3 or 4 bright red not lasers, but lights on it as it's floating around. And I'm like, way to be like sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's one reason to convey information, but it's just you know, literally in everyone's face, or not in everyone's face, but it's flying behind people and all that jazz. And I'm like, it's very noticeable. It's not a very sneaky way of going about that. Now, if it didn't have the lights, it'd make more sense.
In my head, anytime he goes anywhere, it's just the Pink Panther theme song.
But let's see. What else do I have on here? Oh yes, the infamous fresh ass bikes.
I like the bikes.
I
don't care what you say.
I don't like the bikes.
I like the bikes.
They don't. Here's
I
the thing.
want one.
Let me be clear. I think the bikes look neat. I don't think they look Star Warsy. I don't think they fit these.
Why?
Because they don't fit the aesthetic of Tatooine that they're going for. It looks like something out of an.
Okay, so see,
it looks like
those
a.
are two
It looks like
different
a part.
things you just said.
It looks like a part of a different 1980s sci-fi film. It looks like it belongs somewhere else, not in. I think they look cool. Don't think they look cool
belong
for
in
this
Star
context.
Wars. They definitely fit a Star Warsy idea. Because if you saw those bikes in Episode 2 Attack of the Clones,
I still would have issues with them.
if you saw those bikes in Episode 2 Attack of the Clones, when Anakin and Obi-Wan are chasing the assassin through the streets of Coruscant, you'd go, oh, those are cool in the background.
I don't think so.
And they fit in with that.
I wouldn't
But because they're on Tatooine and they look like they're fresh off the ship, which they very well could be.
fresh off the ship or not. One, I mean, with Tatooine being the dust storm that it is constantly, I think they would have more. They would have something other than a clean polish, something like a
only
speck.
been there a week or two.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. If
It does matter.
I don't care if they've been there for 2 hours. There's wind on Tatooine. They would have at least a speck of sand on there. I mean, we've already established that.
I've taken you to
that-
car shows with me before, right?
I've already now.
Hear
We've
me out
already
here.
we've already established that sand gets everywhere,
Where?
and that it's this coarse and rough.
And irritating.
So it is. So, first off, if that was in Coruscant, if it was in any planet, I still wouldn't believe it. It would take me out of the. It would take me out. I wouldn't. I don't think they fit in the Star Wars aesthetic, no matter where it's at.
So here's one of my counterpoints to you: is if you go to a car show, when you get there, you'll find people cleaning their car as they park it
Sure.
to keep it looking as clean as possible when it's parked.
Sure.
So I don't think it's above the realm of possibility that they have some kind of space rag with a space cleaner
Where?
to clean their space bikes.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of the stuff that we're discussing and that we're talking about, the issue that we're having is that the show is making you all have to rationalize why these things are the way they are. If they're not, my whole thing is that.
Well, the only
It's
reason
no
we're
different than
rationalizing is
rationalizing why
because
they're
you're
able to
bringing them
blow up
up.
a planet.
Say what?
It's no different than rationalizing, oh, they just blew up a planet with a moon.
Blew up a planet with a moon? Oh wait, you're talking about like
Oh, that's no moon.
the force. Well, I don't think the Death Star is out of the question though.
No,
How is
it was
the Death
just a
Star?
joke.
Yeah, no, it was funny. It was really funny.
How is the Death Star any out of the question? Any
The
more
Death
out of
Star
this
is
question
more
than
out of the
floating
question
Vespas?
than the floating Vespas.
If they have the technology in universe to blow up a planet with a not moon, then I think they have the technology to keep the paint kind of clean for a little while on a space Vespa.
Yeah,
And
but
I
that's
mean, the
shown
only
nowhere
thing-
else
The only
on
reason...
Tatooine, ever.
Yeah.
And so, in I think that
People can't come and go to Tatooine?
I mean, they can. My problem is that it like I said,
There weren't a lot of lightsabers
you've
around
already
until Obi-Wan hung out
that
for 20 years.
you agreed earlier that everything is too clean in the show, and I think the bikes are a part of that.
Right.
I don't disagree that there aren't points where it's like, that's a little jarring.
Yeah.
And am I saying the Power Ranger squad wasn't
Yeah,
a little jarring?
the Power Ranger squad is fucking jarring.
It's jarring.
That
It's a little like, I don't know exactly what's going on here.
your show should be jarring.
And I thought the 15-mile-an-hour speeder chase wasn't that great.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
But at the end of the day, did it make me go, this is unwatchable? No.
Well,
Because at the end of the day,
I'm not saying it's unwatchable. I'm just saying it's not good.
I don't think it's bad.
Okay, like
I
I
don't
said,
think it's important.
I think it is because I think it breaks the continuity of it takes you out of the whole thing about a movie is to put you into this universe and make you feel
Right.
like you're there.
Right.
If you have some, it's like if you now this is
So do you-
this is hyperbolic, okay?
Right.
But if you're in D-Day running through like in World War II, and then all of a sudden a K-pop star pops out, it takes you a little bit out of the area, right? If you're on a desert planet with sand dunes galore, the entire planet is nothing but sand, and you have these speed bikes, which we don't know where they got them from. Nothing is explained. They just have them. Yeah, look at those.
See, those are dope. Those are so cool.
Tell me how those don't fit in Star Wars.
And
tell
also,
me-
they're not spotless. You can see that they're sand. They're a little bit roughed up at the bottom.
So,
It's not like they're perfectly
the point I'm
clean.
making
It's
is at
just-
no point is it said that those people are from Tatooine.
What, those guys?
The Vespa guys.
The Vespa guys? The Vespa guys aren't they the gang that Boba hired earlier? Or are they not?
They are.
They are? Okay, well they're the ones that could barely afford water, right?
No, they were the ones stealing it just to steal it.
Yeah, why? They were stealing it because they couldn't afford it.
Was it because they couldn't afford
That's
it?
what they said. That's where the whole line came from. A month's
Or because
pay
they
for a
didn't
week's
want
worth
to
of
pay
water.
for it.
A month's pay for a month's pay for a week's worth of water. That was why they were stealing the water. That's what they said, which goes to show they're either broke or they can barely afford to buy water. So how in the world did they get? I mean, they could have stolen these bikes, yes, but they wouldn't have the supplies to keep them that
Or
pristine.
maybe
What
it's
I'm
just
getting
cheaper
at-
to buy the bikes than it is to buy the water.
What I'm getting at is how long do you think they were on Tatooine before that scene?
I don't know. They don't tell me.
So that could have been like their first week on Tatooine.
It could have been.
And they're like, this is ridiculous. We're not paying for that.
It could have been, but they
And
didn't
they were a
establish
criminal
that. So
gang.
So you're
They
putting
were a criminal gang that came from somewhere else.
you're putting words in the show's mouth, and I think that's a sign. I think that is a sign of bad storytelling.
Well,
Is
I
it?
also don't think that the story revolves around their bikes.
No, but that is a glaring issue.
I
Literally
don't see how
glaring.
it is.
I don't know
You
how
agree
it's
with me.
it's a problem though.
So
I don't know how these bikes are pivotal to the plot at all.
Well, it's not necessarily that it's pivotal to the.
Then why does it matter if they're clean or not?
It's like I said. It's the aesthetic. It's taking you
So
out
you
of the
don't have a
immersion.
problem with the story. You
I don't
have a problem with the
I don't
aesthetic.
have a problem with them, stealing bikes. I don't have a problem with them, having to pay for the water or being poor. My problem is that the show, the issue with the show is that you have to a good story, in the way that it should be structured, should be easier to follow than having to rationalize every single episode and why these things exist.
Right, but the only
If
reason
you're
we're rationalizing
if you're having to do more work than the show instead of it just because if you have to turn off your brain for a show to make sense, which is what I feel like you have to do in this show,
I don't think so at all.
I have a problem with it.
Well, because if you read Lord of the Rings,
Sure,
Lord of
I've
the
read,
Rings.
I've read the first book. Yeah,
okay, so you can read Lord of the Rings just on its own.
yeah. I mean, there is
And
a
enjoy
level
it.
of suspense.
It's a perfectly good story.
There's a level of suspense, or what is it? Suspense of disbelief. There's a level of that goes into every show, and I understand that.
But
My
what I'm
point-
getting at is you take Lord of the Rings, and there are things that don't get perfectly explained in the books.
Sure.
For instance,
No
like
story-
magic systems.
No story is perfect, right?
Correct. Except for the Bible.
Correct.
It's a masterpiece of a book.
But if you also read the Silmarillion,
Ooh. Oh.
Right.
Oh. That's the Lord of the Rings Bible.
Yeah.
then you get that more of a backstory, and
Sure.
you can rationalize and explain more things with the knowledge you have.
Right. And here's the thing: is that
So if I sit down as a casual viewer and I know nothing else Star Wars and I watch Boba Fett, I can watch that and infer from real world knowledge I have that, oh, that's obviously a gang from somewhere. They don't look like they belong there, so obviously they traveled to this location for one reason or another.
see that, but therein
Because it's
lies.
kind of like sometimes you see people walking around Dahlonega who obviously aren't from Dahlonega.
Yes.
I don't go, wow, that's world breaking that you're here in this town.
No, I'm not
It
saying
takes
that.
me out of reality.
I'm
It must
not-
be a Matrix.
It's not. It's not that it's world breaking. It's not that it. Well, it's seeing somebody who isn't from here obviously isn't world breaking. The problem is that we don't. The problem with the Book of Boba Fett is the context of the show we have to come up with. We have to make these rationalizations.
I don't think so. We could just watch the show.
And
The
turn
only
off the brain.
reason we're
You can just watch the
Well,
show.
and there's no reason you can't say that at some point those characters aren't going to come up and be like, we're from da-da-da-da-da.
Well, they should have done that at the beginning. That's how.
They
that's
don't
how,
have to,
That's
though.
how world building starts. You start by building the world. If you just plot these characters, I mean, you can plot characters down and say we don't know how to get there or how they got there. That
That's
adds
like
a level of
complaining
mystery.
that every book doesn't start with the end.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
That's
that.
exactly what
That
you're
is-
saying.
That is not what I'm saying. Is that
Because that could end up being some kind of important plot point.
sure, okay, but here's the thing. No one even addresses it either. No one addresses it. Everybody is just okay with it. No, Boba Fett's like, those are some clean ass bikes, and they could have said, oh yeah, they could have done this, or they could have had this piece of equipment that
Well,
does
if
that.
it's
Why do
not
they have
important to the characters in the story, why would it be important to us?
Okay, well because it adds to the world. It builds on the world. The world of Tatooine, as it stands right now, is flat. because there's just nothing there. They said this is the sanctuary. We don't know, we don't know why it is the way it is. We don't know how it was built. This is this spike. This is this spike. We don't have any context on these. They don't build on any of it. They just show it to you. And
you could have made that same argument with George Lucas bringing up the Clone Wars in Episode 4 in 1977.
Well, here's the thing: that's not.
Does that
Who's talking? Someone's phone is like trying to teach us something.
Oh, it's my Siri.
Hey Siri. I'm just here like listening, and then I'm hearing like. And I'm
Does
like,
George Lucas bringing up the Clone Wars in Episode 4 in 1977 destroy the world building because you don't know what the Clone Wars is yet?
No.
So why does it destroy the world building to not know where these people are, and therefore make a guess that like, oh well, they're probably from somewhere else?
Well,
that's no difference than if it was 1977. Me and you go to the theater, we watch A New Hope, and we walk away. And I say, I bet the Clone Wars was everybody in the galaxy got cloned and had to fight each other.
Because here's the thing. We're all basing this off of our established knowledge of the movies, which is when we began this conversation, which means there's already an established world. These characters, as you see, do not fit the Tatooine that we have seen throughout all of the shows, or in all of the movies.
But Star Wars has never been just one planet.
Right. But the thing is that if you take these random these people who already look like, and I think we can admit they look like they don't belong here, right? Do these bikes look like they don't belong here?
I
Pretty
agree.
much, yeah.
Then we should find out at least at some point. Somebody should either question it, because if we think they don't belong there, then Boba Fett and them should also at least believe that they don't belong there, and then ask why. And
The problem I
with
took with what you said was not that they don't belong on Tatooine, because they don't look like they belong on Tatooine. They don't look like they've been there for a very long time.
Yeah, but everybody acknowledges them as if they do.
Not really.
Yes, they do. They acknowledge them as everybody, whenever they come across...
So I'll have to challenge you with what we're going to watch in Episode 5 today.
Okay.
I'm not going to talk about it yet, because I want to see your reaction as you
Okay.
see it. But the problem I'm taking with your argument isn't that they do or don't belong on Tatooine. It's the argument that the Hover Vespas don't belong in Star Wars.
Well, that's just from my own personal... That's subjective, and that's a small nitpick. I can look past...
Also, that's weird, because like in Episode 2, don't they have like a super shiny like reflective ship that flies around?
From Naboo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then there's obviously
And it lands on Tatooine, and it gets scuffed up. Yeah, but it's also built on the context of that same movie where that ship is from a different planet.
Right,
but that's the thing. They tell us. We see it in the show. They leave from Naboo with this ship and then land on Tatooine in the first movie.
Yeah. So why can't you sit there and say, okay, this is Star Wars, and even if you're a casual viewer who's only seen the movies, you know space travel is possible.
Yes.
You know commercial space travel is possible.
Yes.
You know private space travel is possible.
Sure.
So I don't see how it's not Star Warsy to say, these guys obviously came from somewhere that's not here and brought their bikes with them.
Because nobody addresses it. Nobody.
Why would they?
Okay, that's where I have the biggest problem with your argument, is that you're so hung up on these bikes not being from Tatooine.
Well, my point is that nobody addresses that.
Right,
they
but
look like
do
they're
you
not
accost somebody for being from a different country? If you see somebody wearing the traditional garb from their country and they're walking around somewhere in America, do you say, "Oh, that takes me out of it because they obviously don't belong here. That's obviously not from here"?
Who's to say that they don't see that they're from a different world? Whoop-de-doo. They come from a different planet.
They just go, "Oh wow, those guys are kind of weird looking. Whatever.
Like,
I guess I'm
oh,
gonna keep living my life."
Well,
and it's
because
not
I
like
live
the
in this
bikes are important to
fantastical
the
universe
Yeah.
where we can travel
Boba
light
Fett-
years like it's nothing.
What's happening in the scene when the bikes are introduced? I need to know, because we're so hung up on it. What happens? What do the bikes bring to the plot?
So from what I remember, I believe they're shown when they're in the when Boba Fett confronts them, because they're the gang that's been messing up the water. If you want, hold on, let me see if I can.
Yeah, bring it up.
I don't know if I have Disney on here.
He's got it right here.
Yeah, he's got it. I just wish other people could see the
I'm
viewers.
just going to.
It looks like 80s.
Oh, that's the scene. That's not where they're.
That's the chase scene,
Yeah, that's the chase scene.
which I don't like because it's the world's slowest chase scene.
But that's not where they're introduced, though.
But the point I'm making is at what point in this can you say, oh, that doesn't look Star Warsy? And it doesn't look Star Warsy because they don't look like they're from Tatooine.
Well, here's okay. So I think I get what y'all guys are talking about.
Let me before we go further. Let me just say. Okay, the bikes are jarring.
Sure. Well, here. Okay.
And that's fine, but my problem with it is that you claim that the bikes break your perception of the world.
Not necessarily. Okay, so let me add some extra context because I think I understand what y'all guys are saying. So, I am not saying that it is impossible or out of the question for these bikes to be in this show.
Right.
My issue that I'm having with it is and like you said, when, for instance, a good example, that Naboo ship, it comes in and it begins to land on Tatooine, and it lands on the outskirts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously the Queen is in there and they want to hide it. Well, when Qui-Gon is talking to what's his face about the ship, and he puts a bet on it, he shows in the hologram and he goes, it's a Nabooian ship, and so from what that movie shows us is it shows. Yes, this ship doesn't belong here. It is here because there's space travel. And we know now that we already know beforehand that it's a Nabooian ship, and they tell us that it's a Nabooian ship, right? So with that, here's the thing. If you're watching the show focused around, say, a Jawa, right? And the Jawa's running around, he's doing a tism or whatever. And you walk over the cliff, you see this chrome ship just sitting there in the middle of this desert. What's the first thing you think of? How in the hell did that thing get there? I assume it flied here, but whose is it? Where is it from? You get all these questions, right?
I'm going to argue with you right there because you're using a Jawa as an example.
For sure.
The first thing a Jawa would think is, where do I start scripting that for parts?
Okay. Well, then let's say that you're let's just say you're a random civilian, had their contrivance, whatever, however you want to put them there, and they see this chrome ship. The first thing that they're probably going to think, and us as viewers are going to think, that doesn't look like it's from here. I wonder where that's from, right? My point is that they go up to it's different because they would go up to the ship, they would see it, and they just don't do anything with that. They're not like, I wonder, I assume that flew here, but where did it come from? Who flew it? Maybe there's someone of class. They just look at it and they're just like, oh yeah, that's normal.
I guess the issue that I'm having with this.
So it's not like an acknowledgement. It's just like it's
that these bikes don't seem like they're a plot point at all.
Yeah, I know, but
why does it matter?
If you have well, the reason why it could be a plot point, because like for instance, my opinion, a better version of this show. Boba walks up to them. They're standing talking, and they have the speeders that they were flying with, that they were sailing with the Tusken Raiders, and maybe because they have all this optical stuff on them, it shows them they got some some scruff, or they have something that is obviously from maybe a different planet or another, but something we recognize. They have a couple modifications that make the speeder look cool, but they're all like bolted and wired, and you're like, okay, so these guys look like they can work with their hands, and they have all these tools.
Sure. So
you get them. But it's still, and they look, maybe a little rusted. So when you see these bikes for the first time, you're like, okay, you get some story from them, because it's like, yes, I see this bike has been used. They've upgraded it. They've modified it. My whole thing is that it feels more natural to see these bikes. So a better version is if these bikes were still here in the show, right? Boba walks up and sees the guys, sees them turn on these bikes, and he goes, and even if it's just a throwaway line where he's like, nice ride, where'd you get it from? And like, we got it off of this trailer from so and so.
But that's a throwaway line.
Yes, it is a throwaway line, but it's better than what it is now, which is just no context.
I don't see how
what it implies to me right now, as it sits, is that these are just some common criminals that'll work for credits.
They don't seem common with bikes like those. No one else has those kinds of bikes on Tatooine, as we've seen.
Rolling down the street in my 6'4"?
I still think that
That's a common,
the point's
like-
being missed.
It's like, these are obviously some little gang. They want to look flashy. This is what they have. What you want is for it to be like Boba Fett walking up to his Han Solo, seeing the Millennium Falcon, like, oh, you obviously know what you're doing. Boba Fett doesn't care about that. Boba Fett could care less about these 4 gang members, whatever they are. They're just hired muscle. If they got sniped off their bikes in the next episode, he'd go,
Or if the bikes themselves got destroyed. I think the point is you don't need to rationalize the bikes because the bikes are not pivotal to the plot.
Okay, I understand they're not pivotal to the plot, but if something is there and it feels and it looks like it normally wouldn't be there, there are 2 things that a director can do. They can either show how it got there, they can explain it via a throwaway line, or they can not acknowledge it and leave it to the viewer to try and come up with it with our own rationalization.
That's 3 things.
Sorry. I have a... Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I have a problem with the third one. I feel
Right.
like... I think you can do that in some instances, but if there's something as literally glaring as that one, I feel like it's asking for more context. I want to know where these bikes came from.
I just
wanna
don't
know.
see how
I'd feel
it's
more
important.
insulted by getting spoon-fed a throwaway line about, like,
Yeah.
we're from this planet, and we brought these bikes, and they
Just
look
the
like
thing-
this because
Well,
of that.
Well, I have a problem with
I
throwaway
feel,
lines, too.
I feel a lot better with just like oh, that's interesting. They're obviously not from Tatooine. I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. But no one
Because
wonders...
then that
No one
keeps
addresses
me
it
thinking
because
about
it's
the
not
show.
important to the plot.
If they answer every single question I have in every single episode,
It would be a
then why would
different
I come
show.
back for the next episode?
See, I think the problem is like in writing, they teach you this. You don't want to assume that your audience is dumb.
Right.
And you don't want to write as if your audience is dumb.
Sure.
That's why it's hard to watch CNN.
You only want to write what your audience needs to know.
Sure.
Your audience is smart enough to say, oh, those bikes are not from Tatooine, and rationalize it on their own. That's fine. The bikes are not important. You as a writer are only there to write what's important for the audience to know.
And
The bikes are flashy. They're weird. Maybe it takes you out of it. Maybe you want to think about how they got there and that. That's fine. On your own time, with your friends, on a couch, during a podcast, you can talk about it. Rationalize it. Fine, whatever. But from a subjective point of view, the bikes have nothing to do with the show. If the bikes were different, would the plot change?
Well, if the
That's the thing. If they had just regular old
old
speeder bikes like
bikes.
they had on Endor in Episode 6, would you
Would-
have the same problem with them?
no,
Then that's your answer.
because those are common bikes.
There you go.
So
It's
who's to
not
say the
pivotal
bikes
to
they
the
have
plot.
aren't common
Okay,
bikes?
I know, but
Because what you saw were
if
common
there
militarized bikes.
if there are things that you see in a show that aren't explained and are never addressed, but they're not pivotal to the plot.
It doesn't take me out of it, and it doesn't bother me. Because as a viewer, it's not why I'm watching. I'm watching for the plot.
Well, I'm watching for plot and world building.
Right, and
And
you
I just
can
feel
world
like-
build on your own.
Okay, well then, with Lord of the Rings, everything that's established, we can just assume it on our own instead of them addressing it.
Precisely.
Yeah.
But that's not what they do. I think they do something better, and that is they at least discuss the world building and they talk about it and they show us how the world is and how it operates.
Only the stuff that's important to the plot. We can sit down right now and watch Lord of the Rings. We can nitpick it down to the very last detail, and we can find things that we would have to sit there and rationalize because it's not explained in the world building.
I mean,
And the bikes are explained in the world building. You're living in a universe, right?
right.
That's very large. So it's not like the bikes aren't explained. It's explained by the fact that you're in a universe where things come from different planets.
I just think the way that the show. I mean, I know it's not pivotal to the plot.
I think your
understand-
argument would hold more water if it wasn't Star Wars.
Why is that?
And I think that's what I'm
because
hanging
because
up
it
on.
because it's a different because it wouldn't be.
If it was something that
more
nobody
travel.
knew what it was, then sure, I could see you arguing there wasn't enough world building.
Like if the book of
But it's the
Boba
fact
Fett
that
just
it's
came out as a
Star Wars.
random show,
Yeah.
the bikes would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
But because it's part of Star Wars, and we already have that perceived, like, years and years of knowledge, the bikes aren't important to the plot. I don't see where the problem comes. I don't know. And maybe it takes you out of it as a viewer. And from your own experiences, maybe that hinders your experience. But I don't think the writers should be flawed because of your feelings upon the bikes.
Because what I'm hanging up with the argument about Boba Fett having poor world building is that, you know, at this point, Star Wars is a nearly 50-year-old franchise. How many times do you have to rebuild the world every time you start a new part of that franchise?
Well, I mean, that's why I agree with you in the sense that we shouldn't be on Tatooine. Tatooine's already been pretty fleshed out. And why I think being on Nar Shaddaa would be better for world building.
And also, how does the bikes contribute to the world building at all anyways? Like,
Well,
you're not
contributes
watching...
to the fact, to me, that it's like, okay, it's obvious those people are not from Tatooine.
Right, but that's the
because
last
the
you
people
think
who
about
you
it.
typically see who are from Tatooine are a lot more practical. They'd ride a lot more bare bones of a bike. They wouldn't have all these cybernetic enhancements,
Right.
this crazy hair, these crazy clothes.
Right.
And so I infer they're from a different planet because this is Star Wars and that's a thing that happens.
Now, okay.
And then I move on and I watch the rest of the show.
As a question, just hypothetically,
Yeah.
how would you feel if in the like I said, it's just out of curiosity. How would you feel that if you talked to Jon Favreau or someone like that and you talked about these characters, they said, "Oh no, they're from Tatooine. They've been here their whole lives." How would you feel about that?
Well, just because they're from there for their whole lives doesn't mean the bikes were.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about like them aesthetically. How I was talking about how they look clean with all the cybernetic
Well,
augmentations.
then I'd have different questions.
Okay.
But I don't think it's the end of the world to sit there and make an inference of saying, well, it's more than likely that they aren't from Tatooine. And if I was sitting down and talking to Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, I'd argue with them for about 6 hours about why there's no way those people are from Tatooine.
Okay.
And they'd come out on my side.
Right. Now, it might just be a way that we watch movies and their world building, but you're right. It doesn't have a whole lot to do with the plot. But if you looked at a castle that was purple in a medieval circumstance, and the stones were made that were purple, you would probably wonder why those stones are purple.
It's probably just the mineral of the earth.
Well, I know, but I guess, but that's something on you. That's my problem with the show is that it relies on
Why do you want the show to explain everything?
I don't want it to explain everything.
You just want it to explain the things that you want it to explain.
I want it to explain.
Why is your subjective view as a viewer more important than the plot?
Well, the reason why is because they're wanting to tell this good story, and they don't want to take me out of it, right? They don't want to take me out of the immersion.
Right, but is it their fault to take you out of it if you're the one that's nitpicking their world building?
Yes, it's because it's something that they should have noticed and reconciled with.
Right, and maybe they did. Why are you the one that's blaming them?
Because
why can't you see the bikes and go, oh, that's from a different world, and move on?
Because what they're having to do is they're putting these things, the way that they're setting up the movie or the show, they're wanting to have these cool, flashy things. They want to have their cake and eat it too. And my problem is that what they're doing is they're putting all of that work and all of that interesting content and context for a very specific thing. Like I said, it's only been 3 or 4 things or 3, maybe 5 that I've really talked about as far as like aesthetics go or missing context or things like that. What they're doing is they're shoving it to the viewer to have to figure it out, and I feel like I feel like with a lot
right, but you're sitting here and saying that subjectively that the book of Boba Fett is bad.
No, I'm saying objectively.
Objectively,
yes.
That the book of Boba Fett is bad.
Because there are parts that.
And your reasoning behind it is because these bikes are too flashy.
No, it's not. It's not. The bikes are too.
Then why does the
I
bikes
feel like
bother
you
you
got
so
really
much?
hung up on the bikes.
Well,
yes, I did.
That's
I
what we're
did.
doing here.
Well, it's because it's just so
the
popular.
bikes are important.
It took me out further than anything else. That's why I'm focusing on it.
Right.
And I feel like it's
I think that's important because
if you're starting,
here's my thing: is I don't think those bikes being on Tatooine and me making the inference that they're from off planet and they're there for one reason or another, and I don't know that reason yet. That reason's either going to be important enough to be in the plot, or it's not going to matter. That doesn't take me out any more than the fact that I've seen more than one Wookiee on Tatooine at this point.
Sure.
Why would a Wookiee go to Tatooine?
I don't know. Why does it matter?
Well, because they're there.
Okay, but how does that... When the writers are telling you the story, the Book of Boba Fett,
Sure.
they're not telling you the story of these bikes.
Right.
So
But
why...
But these bikes specifically, these flashy bikes are what helps them. That's why I said if they were like normal bikes or if they were a different style, I could understand that because you can.
So
find
because they're being used within the story, they have to have.
Well, and I'd also argue, who's to say those bikes aren't normal in that universe? Because most of the Star Wars movies resolve along military conflicts.
Right. But that's
so
the
most
thing
of the time you wouldn't see bikes like that anyways in the view of the universe you see through Star Wars.
Right,
but
which is the way they're trying to show it to us.
Who's to say if they made a slice of life Star Wars show, everybody wouldn't have one of those bikes.
I would want one of those bikes.
I mean,
wouldn't you want one of those bikes?
I like the
If you were on Tatooine and you saw one of those bikes riding around, would you not be like, that bike's cool, I want one?
I would take it to sell it.
Oh.
Because
I would just...
I'd rather want water than a bike.
I don't know. But I think...
Well, I would rather sell a high-end bike and get a lower-end bike and get plenty of water. I think that'd be more logical.
More subjectively logical.
Yeah.
I still think... And the reason that the bikes are so important to me as just a person who's not seen the show is because I take problem with the fact that you want the writers to rationalize things that shouldn't be rationalized.
Okay.
That's what's bothering me about
it.
Is that you want things that aren't pivotal to the plot to be rationalized. Why?
Well, they are pivotal to the plot in that these speeders specifically are what help catch that dude in that chase.
Okay, there's speeders that help him in the chase. But they could have been any speeders.
True.
So why are the bikes important? Why is it important to the plot that it's those bikes?
Well,
the problem I'm taking isn't that they don't or do need to be rationalized. It's the fact that they're already rationalized by the universe they exist in.
Okay.
Right, but that's the secondary point to the first point. If you want to get down to the root of why you're having such a problem with the bikes, you have to understand objectively why they're bothering you.
Right.
It's like, why do you have a blue car? Because blue cars exist.
They do exist, and I like them.
Right.
These people have those bikes because they like them. It's not important. I drive a car because I need to get from point A to point B.
Right.
Any car would work.
Right.
The car I have now is just because I like that car and I wanted it.
Okay. So I think the reason I think the reason why it takes me out so much, and yes, you're talking about how, there is space travel and there is all these things and all that, and all that is already preconceived. And if it were just normal speeders, I could understand that because I know they're already on Tatooine. My whole thing is that I feel like with the bikes that they put in the show for us to see and to see the spectacle of, I feel like that the reason why it takes me out is because of the fact that they are so audaciously out there, and that because they're so, and you're right, it isn't necessarily to do with the plot, but since we're doing the assumptions and assuming the plot for the world builders, if they stole these bikes off of somebody, that person's obviously pretty well off. I could easily assume that they're wanting their bikes back.
Or maybe they're well off enough that they're just going to buy another bike.
Well, and yeah, but who would let somebody steal like 4 of their bikes on Tatooine and just let them get away with it?
These bikes aren't from Tatooine.
Okay, so the bikes were stolen.
If you had something that was on Earth that was stolen,
these bikes,
and you have no idea where in the universe,
these bikes were stolen. I assume whoever had them get stolen from wants them back.
Right.
Well, you're assuming they were stolen.
You're assuming that they're stolen, first of all.
Yeah, well, that's all we're doing now is assuming, because that's all we can do.
Well, and that's the only thing that we're doing.
Well, I feel like it's a lot easier of an assumption to say, "Oh, those bikes are probably from off planet. They don't look like they've been there that long."
And
than it is to say, they obviously stole those bikes.
Well, they're obviously from off planet, right?
Well, we're obviously having to rationalize bikes because they don't tell us.
Exactly.
That's the point.
That's my problem.
And my point is,
my problem is that it bothers you so much.
Well, the reason
Because
I'd
why
be
does it take you out
insulted
of
if they
it?
specifically told me. Actually,
it takes me out of it because I don't know how they actually got there. I just know that they're there.
And why does that matter to your viewership of the story?
Did they ever told you how the Jedi Temple ended up on Coruscant?
No,
Does it bother you that the Jedi Temple is on Coruscant?
no,
Why?
because
See, you're using this one logic to define something that's so minuscule, and you can't apply that to everything else.
Because really, it doesn't make any sense for the Jedi Temple to be on Coruscant.
Because no
does it?
matter
why not? It's a city. It's a city hotspot.
Yeah.
Where
Doesn't
you
that
get,
seem like the exact opposite of what the Jedi Order would preach?
No. The Jedi Order. If you go
The
inside
whole world of the Jedi Order is Tython.
Yeah, but we don't know that in the movies,
Correct.
so that doesn't matter.
So
just
when
like
you think
bikes.
when you think about a Jedi, right? They're pursuing peace, calm, rational thinking.
Yeah,
The city seems like the last place you'd go to pursue
and the temples
right?
within there reflect that.
Right, but in the middle of a city
They're also
is the last place you'd think you'd want to go for that, right?
No, the reason why is because they are part of the High Republic, and they are used as Jedi Guard for multiple different occasions. They are keepers of the peace, so why would they not be in the place where peace needs to be kept?
Well,
So
I think
let's say you've got these criminals who exist on another world. They've got these bikes. They've got their cybernetic enhancements. And they hear that Tatooine is a crime-rich place. There's not a lot of law, and there's a lot of chance to make money. Why doesn't it make sense for them to go where their hub would be?
Well, because the Jedi specifically say we're keepers of the peace, so I can assume that's why their temple is there. I don't
so
know
why
why.
can't
I
you
don't know
assume
why.
that these guys might have just shown up because there's crime to do on Tatooine?
Because all they've done is complain about water. I don't know anything about these guys. That's my problem.
it's
So
also
your
5
problem is you
episodes
don't
in.
know everything about these guys.
Like I said, Game of Thrones
When
finished
you
their
don't
world
have the
building practically
problem-
by episode 3.
No.
You don't have the problem that you don't know everything about the history of the Jedi from the movies, but it's okay to rationalize where they're at.
No, the
Even
reason.
though I think that's a lot bigger of a decision that's made over, hey, 3 other buddies, let's take our bikes and go to Tatooine.
Well, I think my thing is that all of my assumptions, I can. You're right. With the assumptions that I can gather from other worlds, I can assume yes, these guys probably traveled here with these bikes. Problem is, it's not definite.
Why does it need to be?
Well, because they're there and they're helpful to the plot.
Are
Okay,
they
so
ultimately
they're there,
that
they're
helpful?
And I'm
Well-
not saying they should answer it right there either.
Because here's the thing, that scene could have been different.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys didn't need to be there. Boba Fett has a jetpack. He could have just jetpacked after that speeder. But because those guys happened to be there, those were the guys they used for that scene.
Sure.
It doesn't matter why they're there, why they weren't there before.
I mean, they did help, which is important to the plot.
Sure.
So it's important to know why
still
they're there for this.
Fail to
happen.
see why. Do you explain everything about the businessman? Every single detail?
No, but with the details that we add into the show, that with the dialogue that we use, you can take that and then use that as assumptions. Which the only way you can do that in this show is if you have to make the assumption that they are from off planet and they traveled here.
Okay, then what's the problem with doing that?
My problem with that is that, like I said, first off, they seem new here, so they're either fresh off the block because of how clean they look.
Hold on, before we go into that, I just want to know from you why it's important.
Well, it's important. Okay, so to me, the gang and their bikes, because it's both of them, because they look like they're not from planet, they're not from the world. So
Okay.
yes, they look like they came from somewhere else.
Okay.
I think my issue is through the dialogue and through conversation that they have with Boba Fett, I don't think it's explained enough for them to be there, because they have help to the plot in which they add muscle, because Boba Fett beforehand says, I need muscle. He finds these gang members, right?
Right.
So...
Problem, he needs muscle. Solution, gang members.
Right.
Continue.
So my problem is that these specific gang members, with the items that they have, I don't know how they got here. And I feel like there should be either some mystery there that somebody is wondering, like, these are nice bikes. How the hell did they get here? I've never seen these before on Tatooine. Either there's might be that kind of mystery, or they could do a throwaway line. And so my problem is they don't even acknowledge it as a random thing. And I know what you're saying with people being here from other places, but I think the reason why it takes me out is because it's such a drastic difference. Because if I saw somebody who dressed a little bit different at here, I see that normally. I see that almost every day. But if you see somebody who looks drastically different on Tatooine when everything seems the same, it was just too much for me to I mean, it's like that's the whole thing. I can see how they could get there, but it's just not enough for me to really enjoy it. And
think about the way I dressed and wore my hair and everything in high school compared to 95% of the other people there.
Right.
That was pretty drastically different from a lot of people in this area.
I mean, sure. In some instances in high school, I saw people that were pretty similar too.
Sure.
So but the thing is that it's...
So who's to say that people like that haven't been on Tatooine before, and who's to say they won't be again?
Who's to say? No one says. They leave it up to me.
Because you're also thinking about...
So your main problem is that it's left up to you.
Well,
why does that bother you so much?
It bothers... Well, the whole... I'm okay with them leaving some things up to...
The viewer.
I understand that.
Okay.
My problem is I think this was just too much. It was just a bridge too
Why?
far. Because of how drastic it looks from Tatooine and the bikes.
We've also only seen these characters for a grand total of like 5 minutes between 2 episodes. That has to be taken into account.
So they're not even a huge part of
that scene I showed you
right.
with the chase. I'd say was probably 60% of their screen time.
Right.
And you're caught up on that?
Yeah.
Why?
Like I said, it was just a bit
so it's
nobody ever goes to Boba Fett and goes...
too drastic for me.
Nobody goes to Boba Fett and they're like, wow, armor like this isn't common around here. Where are you from?
They did that with Mandalorian. And I like that.
So why do they have to do that with every single character that's different?
I'm not saying they should. And everybody recognizes Boba Fett, so obviously they're probably going to recognize his armor too. Because they're like, oh yeah, I know you, you're Boba Fett. There you go, done.
Why do you assume that?
Because they said it.
I still don't understand why you're hung up on it.
It's not that I'm hung up on it just because we kept talking about it. Like I said, it's not... I'm not...
It's just amazing
It's just a bit too much for me.
It's amazing to me that it's too much
drastic.
to say...
Why?
Those guys are probably from somewhere else.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't
That's
understand
no different than
drastic.
like if I go up into the mountains and I get to a hiking trail that's at the end of a dirt road and I see a Corvette sitting there, I'm like, that's a little out of the ordinary, but I'm not going to go like talk to the owner and be like, where are you from? That's not normal for people to do that. That's crazy, man.
Well, he's also hiring these people, which makes them important to the plot.
But he's hiring
Not
them for
really.
muscle, not because they have bikes.
Sure. Like I said, it's just that it's just a bit too much for me. I'm
There's a
sorry.
difference.
I don't know what else to tell you. It's just too stark of a change. I don't think these... I want somebody to acknowledge
But
that
it's
these bikes
only
don't
these
belong
bikes. Like, you don't do this with other aspects of the show.
I do it with Boba Fett. Like I said,
and
the
the
show,
ultimate
they look
argument
too
I'm making
clean.
here, I think would apply also to Halo Combat Evolved. That'd be making the same nitpick that in the first mission, you see the Halo from space.
Mm-hmm.
In the first mission, they don't tell you it's actually a weapon. We're only in the first season of Book of Boba Fett. So who's to say they don't tell you that?
Yes, but
and it's
you know what
important
they
later.
do in Halo?
So it doesn't have to be important right now.
But you know
they
what-
don't have to tell you everything immediately.
Yes, but here's the
because
thing.
they could be saving it to tell you later. Because that's a huge part of the plot later on. Is
Right.
you find out, whoa, this is
Sure.
actually a weapon.
Sure.
So later on, you might go, oh, these guys are actually important, and they're from here, and that's why this is important.
Right.
But I see why that wasn't important to know earlier.
However, what is one of the first things they do when they reach the Halo ring? They go, what is that? Basically. They said, I don't know what we're landing on, but we're landing on something. They acknowledge the fact that it's not meant to be
because the
there.
Halo ring is the plot. These bikes are not the plot.
Okay, sure. But the
Well,
point
my
is...
Which is
argument
why I'm so confused
Well,
why you're
with-
bodybothered by it.
So here's
Because
my
you're not
argument
sitting
to that.
down to watch the show.
Okay. Well, how about this? If you were watching, like I said, being hyperbolic, The Lord of the Rings, and you see some sort of animated e-girl that pops up from a tree and then pops back in, and doesn't do anything else for the rest of the show, does that not take you out of it?
Well, that would obviously not fit in that universe.
Right.
My argument
If
is that these
it's
characters obviously fit in the universe
They
at
fit
large.
in the universe. They don't fit on Tatooine, and that's why I want to know why they're there.
Because, you know,
And
what's
that's why I
getting me
want
is you
somebody
see
to
all
acknowledge
these
why
different alien species on Tatooine.
Yeah, alien species that I've seen before.
What? So your only
So
problem
because
is
you haven't seen
these
them in
bikes
something
before?
else.
No, not necessarily.
Because you haven't seen them previously in Star Wars, they can't be added now without explanation right away.
No, not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the fundamental point that I'm trying to make, because you know, take it or leave it. It's just what it is that I think that nobody acknowledging or discussing or even mentioning or even cocking an eyebrow as to why these things are here. I just think them being so drastic and so like, whoa, wow, that's a really crazy looking bike.
How do you know that they don't? Do you watch every single background character when they're driving around?
Well, the reason why is because, like I said, they're so glaring. It takes me out of it, and I'm like, whoa, how did that get there? And the fact that nobody else acknowledges it makes me go, why is nobody else acknowledging this?
Well, how do you know that other people don't acknowledge it?
Because they never explain it. They never show it.
Okay.
Why do they have to? Because honestly, I think if they actually did have a character where they zoomed in on their face,
You
and
don't
they
have
went,
to do that. It
Whoa!
doesn't have to be.
Where did that come
It doesn't have to
from?
be obvious. It doesn't have to be obvious. It's not what I'm.
Well, then what does it have to be?
Anything. Just
I don't
the
see why
tiniest bit.
someone has to go at any point. Wow, those aren't from Tatooine.
Again, that's obvious. If somebody, not even Boba Fett, if anyone just looked at those bikes and kind of cocked an eyebrow at how flashy they look, that's all I needed to be like, acknowledging that those aren't from here. Neat.
Did you? And
It's
that
just
didn't happen.
Yeah, no, it's just too drastic for me.
And you didn't see anyone in the background go,
Nope, no one.
I don't get
And
it.
that's just too much for me.
I
I
cannot understand.
I can understand y'all's point of view. I get it. I just disagree with it.
I
And
just
that's
can't
fine.
understand it
Yeah.
at
But
all.
I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and there's just a wall there because what you're saying makes no sense. Like
It
your
just
objective
genuinely
view has no point behind it. What is the point behind why it takes you out of it?
It's
Because if it doesn't affect the plot,
It does, because it's these gang members, but they are
In
but,
Halo Infinite,
but they're not just specifically gang members. They're gang members that have this look. They're these specific gang members. These guys.
what does that have to do with the plot?
What it is because he uses these guys to go and do this task. If my point is that if they didn't mention their aesthetics and they looked like they were normally on Tatooine, there wouldn't have been a problem because they look like they're from here. But since they don't look like they're from here, I feel like somebody should at least acknowledge that they don't look like they're from here. Because we can agree they don't look like they're from here, right?
Right.
In Tatooine, they don't look like they're from here. Like very much so.
That's
it's
the
not.
part
It's not
where
even.
we
It's not
agree.
even. It's not a small part. My point is that since they recognize that they're not from here, and since that is a very, very rare circumstance to happen on Tatooine, how many times do you see somebody that's not from here on Tatooine? Not
it seems
often.
like pretty often.
Yeah, it's like half of the shows that we watch when it involves Tatooine. 'Cause
Almost
we're following
regularly,
characters
it's-
that aren't
wow.
from Tatooine.
Okay, so here's where the difference is that we're having. You think that someone in the show needs to acknowledge that they aren't from Tatooine.
Yes.
I think that it's okay for me to just acknowledge, well, they aren't from Tatooine
Okay.
because I'm the one watching the show.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I want to know why it takes you out of what you're watching when it has nothing to do with what you're watching.
Because. Okay, so.
Because I think what we've arrived at, I think I can translate between the two of you now that I kind of understand,
Okay.
is the problem is not the bike specifically.
No.
It's not the people riding them specifically.
No.
The problem is that the writers did not world build on the bikes in such a way that it happens within the show so much as it happens with the viewer. When in my opinion, I think the entire point of watching a show is to get something out of it as a viewer.
Right.
And actually have to think about it for a second.
Yeah.
As opposed to having everything handed to me through
Well,
somebody in the
it's
show.
also what we're thinking about too.
Because I also really don't love the comparison of Game of Thrones to Book of Boba Fett.
Okay, why's that?
Because they're apples and oranges. One's space and the other's fantasy.
Okay.
That's not even what I was going to say, actually.
Oh,
And I think you'll agree with me here.
okay.
Is it's kind of like Game of Thrones had to do more world building as a show right off the bat because Game of Thrones was not as common in public knowledge as Star Wars.
And Star Wars is more well developed because of all the movies previous.
Where Star Wars is a, like I said, nearly 50-year-old franchise. If you don't know about Star Wars, it's willingly.
Yeah. Okay, so it is the problem.
So I don't think it's that important to me, especially in this one particular show for these 4 particular characters that have gotten less than 2% of the screen time.
Right.
It's not that important for me to have somebody acknowledge that, wow, they aren't from Tatooine.
Yeah, no.
I know I'm saying that.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't understand y'all's point of view.
And it could be written in a way that's very subtle.
Right.
I probably would never notice, but it was never something that occurred to me to say, oh, it's a problem that nobody's looking at. I'm like, that's weird.
Okay, well, now I get that. I do understand y'all's point of view. I mean...
And I know that you understand our point of view. My problem is I don't understand your point of view.
Okay, so let me try it this way. So,
because what we're saying makes sense.
The aesthetic is what is too drastic for me.
Okay.
That's what it is. So if you look at aliens are very common and very well known across all of... They're known to be multiple aliens across various planets. You see that in Tatooine. People, don't address it. That's fine. Because they're very familiar aliens, and there's plenty of them.
Right.
If you watched all the movies and you see reoccurring aliens, you might see a different one here or there.
On different planets.
But you see reoccurring aliens on different planets. And the same ones too, right? So, for me, the issue that I had was that you're going to see things, Tatooine is a place that we've recognized throughout multiple movies. We see various aliens. Usually everybody looks pretty tattered. Not a whole lot of wealthy people, and even wealthy people still look a little tattered on Tatooine, right? That's fine. So you'll see various aliens, you'll see various stuff. Things that you don't see is normally a whole lot of cleanliness. Things that you don't see normally on Tatooine is a whole... And this is from the established world. You don't see a whole lot of cleanliness. You don't see a whole lot of and you don't see this a whole lot in Star Wars besides people who have places of power. You don't see a whole lot of augmentations either. Normally you'll see, Luke, yes, he got his hand lopped off and got it replaced, but that was also because he's one of the leaders of the rebellion, and he's a very important player in the field. Anakin got his hand replaced because he was a part of the Jedi Temple in a place where you could easily assume that there's probably tech to be had on.
Oh, so what the actual people had augmentations,
yes,
like electronic.
They had augmentations like laser, like.
And that bothered you?
Not well. Here's the thing.
Well, see, I'd say you saw stuff like that in Episode 2: Attack of the Clones.
Yes, you did. You saw them on Coruscant, where it would make sense for those things to be prevalent. My point is that these you can see different things on other planets, but you generally understand the aesthetic of
so you don't want Tatooine to change at all?
No, not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you see something that breaks... Well, for instance, let me double back, okay? If these bikes were on Coruscant, that would be more believable to me, because that's something like that would be more common.
You said earlier that no matter what planets were...
Yes, that's just because that was subjective. I'm trying to be objective. That was just a subjective thing. If these bikes were on Coruscant, that would make sense because this is a place that has plenty of wealth. There's a lot of chrome finishes around. It blends in with the aesthetic. So with this in Tatooine, we know the things that we usually don't see on Tatooine is cleanliness, chrome, high fashion, like very in augmentations. Those are things that we usually don't see on Tatooine as far as body parts go. Now, when I saw these guys, I saw cleanliness, I saw fashion, and I saw augmentations, things that I've never seen really in Tatooine before. And that's what took me out of it. And it didn't take me out of it in the sense that it broke reality. What it did was it made me go, wow, that is some really nice gear on Tatooine. Where did this stuff come from? And so that was me questioning it.
Did it make you enjoy it any less?
The aesthetic not necessarily. If somebody, that's why I was saying that I wanted somebody to acknowledge it, because if they were like, because you could agree, like we said before, not common on Tatooine, you know, and if we can agree that that's not common on Tatooine, then people in universe should also agree that that's not common in Tatooine.
And who's to say that they don't?
That's the thing. We don't know because nobody acknowledges it.
Right.
Well, because here's the other thing.
That's my issue, is because we understand it as too much of a change.
So you're taken out of it as a viewer because no one acknowledges it?
I'm not necessarily taken out of it. I thought...
Well, you're saying that it's taking you out of it.
It might be a bad way of phrasing it. My whole thing is I expected somebody to think what I was thinking, which is, wow, this doesn't look like it belongs here. I wonder where it came from.
And because it wasn't specifically acknowledged, your point of view wasn't specifically acknowledged, you didn't find enjoyment in it?
So
I'm trying to figure out why
it felt strange to me, because like I said, it was something that I felt like as a common viewer, and as y'all guys agree, it didn't look like it belonged there. And the fact that no one else acknowledged that is, I thought that was, I was like, no one seems to be acknowledging where these bikes came from, or even cocking an eyebrow. It was just nothing, and I thought that just wasn't enough for me. I would have expected somebody to do something as subtle as just kind of looking at it, say nice bike, whatever. It's just something, because nobody acknowledges, like, oh, that's normal.
So let me
because
ask
that's what
you
I'm
a question
assuming. I'm
too,
assuming
Matt.
when they see that bike, which I've never seen anything that shiny and that pretty on Tatooine before, they seem to they look at it as if it's normal. I look at it as if it's abnormal, and y'all guys agree it's abnormal. So why aren't they addressing it as abnormal?
Because it's not important to the plot.
So there's a few inferences I have from that explanation. One is, I agree, it's a little abnormal to what I know about Tatooine and what I've seen of Tatooine. But we haven't seen every single day-to-day life of Tatooine.
Sure,
That's
but we
true.
do
So
have an established point of view.
And a lot of what you see of Tatooine...
From the storyteller's point of view.
From what you see of Tatooine, normally, is in the Dune Sea, out at Moisture Reservoir.
Out on Mos Eisley, on
Jabba's
Mont
palace.
Issa.
So...
City life too.
You don't see the cities the most, though.
Okay, so
One of the arguments I make is
it's
it's not uncommon for people like that to show up and then leave. I could say that might be a thing that happens regularly.
Yeah.
Because it could be a tourism thing or whatever.
Yeah, we just don't know, and no one acknowledges it.
The other thing,
because like I
and
said,
what's really bothering me about what your problem with it is with nobody acknowledging it, is in the screen time they've had, when has anybody really had a chance to acknowledge it? In a way like you're saying.
When they first saw them.
The first time you see them, when's the first time you see them?
You see them at night.
At night, hanging out by the moisturizer with nobody else really there.
With the gang there too, yeah. But yeah.
The gang who owns the bikes.
Right.
So they're not going to go, wow, that bike's uncommon here.
Like I said, that's too obvious. That would be
When I say that's obviously not how they write it.
Right. My point is that if
they're not going to acknowledge their own bikes because they already know these are our bikes. This is what we have.
Boba Fett doesn't care enough to acknowledge the bikes.
Sure.
Boba Fett doesn't give two damns.
So who do you want to acknowledge the bikes?
And when the next time we see them is when they're rolling up on the mayor's office and everybody gets out of their way.
Okay, so now to Jace's point, you're right. These gang members could have been anybody, and they're used for the plot. You could have used ninjas for all I care.
Ninjas would have been cool.
They further the plot in the
Space ninjas
in the same way, right?
Right.
So my problem is like I told you guys, if you ask me who would I want to acknowledge it. And when I said, I would even go so far as I could say, even Boba Fett, he's looking for people to use, right?
Right.
When he's coming up, he just sees these gang members, right?
Okay.
And he's like, okay, I don't know what these gang members are. I don't know why they're here. I just know they're causing chaos and they're messing up this dude's business, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't think about possibly using them as a muscle, or he doesn't reveal it until later. So it could easily play into the plot if there was something where Boba Fett is looking at this gang and he's like, y'all guys have some pretty sweet augmentations. You also have some sweet rides. I could use those. I could use bikes like those. And even that alone, and it aids him. It's something that Boba Fett would do because he wants these. After the conversation, he asked these gang members to join him in. So, seeing bikes like those, he could, as friendly as Boba Fett's been, he's like, I like those bikes. I could use men like you with your augmentations and stuff. And I think he even says that when he talks about the augmentations and they talk about how valuable they are or how useful they are.
Of course, he could just as easily be saying,
so it is
these are bullet sponges.
So yeah, it is. Well,
so your whole problem with it has been acknowledged.
No, I'm talking about the bikes too.
Right, but the augmentations are a part of the bikes.
Are they?
It's all the same. You've been treating it as if it's all been the same. So when he acknowledges their augmentation, he's also acknowledging that the fact that the bikes are unusual.
No.
No?
No.
What does he say in the scene?
He doesn't. Well, I don't even think it's Boba Fett. Boba Fett apologizes to the guy for he said keep an eye on them, and he goes sorry because the dude changed his eye, even though he did it willingly, which I thought was kind of strange for Boba. But the guy's like, oh man, no, it's no problem. I got these changed on purpose. He's like, this stuff's been helpful, and that's that. So I think it would have made more sense, and it would have been viewer watching, and it would have been better for the plot setup if he had said something along the lines of, y'all guys look like you got some good equipment and you got some good bikes. It's like I could use weapon like that. Acknowledging that they don't look like they're from here.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I understand now. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're the only person that cares about the bikes.
Okay. I mean, I know I'm not, but that's fine.
Who else cares about the bikes?
Plenty of other viewers that are calling these guys the Power Rangers.
People on Reddit, they don't count.
Right. Well, the people on Reddit, it didn't take them out. They saw something, they're like, "Oh, those look funny," and then they moved on.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to be on this. Y'all guys just kept asking me what my point of view was, and I was trying to struggle to explain it. So that's why this is carried out for so long. It's not necessarily that it's the hugest deal.
So here's what I really wanted to yell about.
Yes.
When Boba Fett goes back to the Sarlacc pit to look for his armor, and he takes Slave 1, and he just hovers over the mouth like nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He goes back to look for. There's a couple of issues with that scene.
Okay, so
y'all guys talk about. I won't repeat.
So what he does is Boba Fett breaks into Jabba's palace.
Okay.
Now owned by Bib Fortuna.
All right.
And he gets his ship back.
I'm still hung up on the bikes.
The bikes aren't important.
I know, and that's the whole point.
That was an awful conversation.
I think it was good.
I think all
really
we
went
did,
into depth into it.
I think all we did was we said the same three things 3 different ways.
That's how most conversations go, though.
They really do.
Anyways,
but what happens? They go in, they get Boba's ship back, and the first thing he does is first he goes and blows up the people who he thinks killed his Tusken Raider friends. Then Boba Fett goes and flies back to the Sarlacc pit that he was in. And he takes his ship and he hovers directly over the mouth of the Sarlacc pit going, "Where's my armor at?"
Wow.
And then the Sarlacc comes up and grabs the ship and starts trying to pull the ship into the pit.
Oh yeah, that's what it does. That's the whole... Did he not learn anything in the 5 years he was being digested?
Apparently not. So then he's sitting there and he's trying to shoot at it because of the way his ship is designed. They're looking down at the view screen right here and his blasters are just pointed directly in the sand. So they're just digging holes.
Nice. I mean, that's obviously a flaw. I don't think we need to talk about that much longer.
Then the ship starts beeping and making noises as you'd expect it to. And a button lights up.
What?
And Boba doesn't hit the button.
What? Why?
But Fennec Shan takes it upon herself to unbuckle herself from her seat so she can reach up and hit the button. So while the ship is sitting, view screen down.
Yeah.
The back port opens up and a seismic charge is rolling down the back of the ship slowly.
How does she know where the button is?
The button lights up and the ship starts beeping. Beep, beep. And she just sees the button and decides to hit it. She doesn't know what it does.
I know that sounds like a dumb decision.
Yeah. Boba Fett never says, "Hey, can you hit that button for me?"
See, thank you. We had to make an assumption that she knew where the button was.
Well, it's beeping.
Well, the button's beeping and lit up.
You're
because he didn't want her to. He even says specifically at the end of the scene, "Don't ever hit my buttons like that again."
That's a funny line.
So they almost die because she just hits this button and a seismic charge pops out the back while they're upside down.
Oh, God.
And he just so happens to get away in time for the seismic charge to roll down into the pit, and he flies up away and it kills the Sarlacc.
What the?
But I'm thinking, first of all, they obviously have radar technology, so they should be able to see that its Beskar armor's not down there.
Yeah.
And, on top of that, why would you fly directly into the pit? I mean, it was incredible.
It was an incredible display. Yes, I don't understand why. See, when I was listening to the EFAC crew talked about it, it sounded like he was doing it out of like revenge. He was just like, "Hey, we're gonna drop this thing into the Sarlacc pit," and I was like, yeah. I don't know if
So,
you guys
you see, he's just gently hovering over the pit. And when it goes to the outside scene, you'll see he's right on top of it. And cinematically, it looks cool. I'll admit that.
Sure.
Cinematically, that's awesome. But you think he would have at least been 100 feet back with a telescope? And this also bothers me, is he's got this little tiny spotlight. That's like my phone does more than that. But they're looking around.
Oh, wait, we're on episode 3. I'll have a lot of fun stuff. Fresh Ass Bites was just the first.
So there's the Sarlacc actually going for him. You see how close he was on the pit?
Yeah.
He was practically parked in the ground. I do love the blaster noises.
Oh, the blaster noise is awesome. Oh, there's a lot of fun stuff in here.
So see, button just starts blinking, making noise. Boba Fett never says, "Hey, hit that."
And then he also does nothing to stop her either. He's also like, "Hey, don't touch that. Stop it."
Well, he's got bigger issues right now.
That is fair. Okay, he can be focused on that, yeah. Okay, where are people for the Wookiee fight? Yeah, and it eats it too. It's just like, hey, this big ore, let me just take a bite out of that.
Well, that's not. Doesn't seem like the most intelligent creature.
No, it doesn't. I could see that happening, but still. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like, that was the dumbest part.
There's a couple things too on that episode. So, the Hutts go to make a.
I'm gonna go pee.
All right. Me and I can't wait to tell you this. I thought it was so funny when I was watching it. I was laughing with the dude that was sitting next to me. So,
Do you want to call it at 12:30? That'll be 4 hours even.
I mean, we can go as long as you want.
Well, I want to make sure you guys can see episode 5 before I have to leave.
Oh, what time you gotta leave?
I should probably get out of here by 1:30.
Sure, we'll try.
Episode 5 is about 45 minutes.
Yeah, we'll try and quicken this up. I know we got hung up on a lot of bad stuff.
A lot about a little.
Yeah, a lot about a little. Sorry about that. But so for a small point that I don't want to hang up on too much, I did think it was weird that I know that it didn't show enough for me, but Boba Fett being sad over the Tuskens that enslaved him, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
So that was going back to a point I made earlier.
Yeah.
That the show did a really poor job of showing how long he actually spent with the Tuskens.
Exactly, because it felt like he was there for just a tiny amount of time.
It felt like he was there for maybe a couple weeks,
Yeah.
but the reality is it was a couple of years.
Right.
At least that was the inference
Yeah.
I got from it.
And if they had explained that for better, that he had been there for years and slowly worked his way up, that would make sense.
And I don't think it would have been that hard to do.
No.
Because they could have just had the kid get taller.
Yeah, they could. That would have been great. That would have been good too. I can't wait to talk about Machete and the two huts. I thought it was because you know how far away the huts are, and I mean, I guess they could have landed, but they didn't show it. So as a screen watcher, I assumed that the guys carrying the huts carried them all the way from wherever the fuck they came from. And I'm like, how exhausted must they be? So
I mean, that would be an absolute hut move, though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's another thing that, like, in universe, yeah, I see it.
Okay, here, let me get out of Jason's way. I think you'll find this one funny. So, these two huts who are another like faction in the team, they go to pay tributes to Boba Fett, right?
Yeah.
And they come in with like a young Rancor. And these two huts, they're being carried by these men, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't show any ships landing. So all I can do is assume that they carried these two huts from wherever the fuck they came from all the way to Jabba's palace. And I'm like,
did the huts bring the Rancor?
Yeah, they did.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, because they came in and they're like, this is the tribute, and they had Machete with it. They're like, this is our tribute to you.
Because I thought the tribute was the Wookiee.
I think they said keep the Wookiee, and here's a Rancor. I think is what.
Because I thought the Rancor scene was at a different point than that.
No, from what they said too. Yeah, because there was the Wookiee fight. They carried the two huts, and then right after that I had the docile Rancor, which that was another point that I wanted to get back.
So Danny Trejo.
So I'll try and speed run these just for the sake of it. I thought it was hilarious that I thought that they just carried these huts across.
We are strong.
They didn't show them landing and like them getting out and walking. They were just knock knock and they're like, who's here? The huts, and the door opens up and they're just sitting there and I'm like, man, they must feel exhausted. They had a drummer boy too, and I'm like, they all must fucking hate that guy. But there was that, and then Machete, the actor. Is the one
His name is Danny Trejo.
Is the one with the Rancor, and I was like I feel like he just came in. And he's like, hey, I want to be on your Star Wars set. Put me in as some character, and they're like, sure, you're gonna be the guy with the Rancor. And he's like, excellent.
If Danny Trejo says he wants to be in a movie, you put him in a movie.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And so he just walks in, and I'm like, I was like, oh my god, I can't. They got this guy to be in Rancor, but so we all agreed about Rancors and what they're capable of, right?
They're monsters.
The way that they portray them in this scene, in my point of view, is they portray the Rancor like a baby dog. Like, oh, it imprints on the first person it sees when it's born. They're actually they said something about them being quite docile creatures, but they'll fight for their owners and stuff like that. I'm like, from what I remember, Rancors didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, no.
So,
and the way they've been established before in other media, even though I know Extended Universe isn't out, but I was like, are you trying to, like, because everybody likes the Rancor, trying to make the Rancor like a good figure?
So I've got some points.
You're going to call to Return of the Jedi, I bet.
That's part of what I'm going to call to.
I knew it. Yeah.
The other part I'm going to call to is normally you're dealing with wall of Rancors.
Okay.
And Extended Universe.
So
stuff.
we have a docile
So
Rancor.
it's normally like
there's a new Rancor
that
we didn't know about before. A new Rancor. This one's docile, or more docile.
Well, the argument I'm going to make actually goes to bear cubs.
Ooh.
Okay.
Bear cubs.
Bear cubs aren't Rancors.
They're so cute though.
I'd say a bear is pretty close to like a real life Rancor.
Yeah,
because
but
if you ran into a bear, you're gonna wish you hadn't.
Yeah, but that's still.
If I ran into a Rancor, I'd really wish I hadn't.
Well, also,
right?
I mean,
but if you get a bear cub and you raise the bear cub, then the bear cub will be docile towards you. You can domesticate any animal, and at the end of the day, a Rancor is just an animal.
But the thing is I think, to me, that's. I feel like with the way that the Rancors have been established before, they had this thing in this giant cage in a cave, doing nothing but eating on people, and everybody's like, oh no, the Rancor, and as we all agreed before, Rancors are known to be these monstrous creatures that could, like, not level cities, but level a small city, mess people up. They're these, we've called them, they're monsters, not necessarily animals.
Why can't they have a trainer then?
Well,
why can't they have a known owner? To
your point, let's see, hold on.
What?
Nothing. Jay just texted me. To your point,
Blocker.
there was a guy who in episode 6 was sad about the Rancor death.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, didn't they weep over it once it died?
They had that guy, and humans can make personal attachments to anything. We were never shown that the Rancor had a vice versa.
But we also were never shown that it didn't.
Sure, but what we were shown was that it was a monstrous creature that would kill just about anything it sees from what we saw. That's why they keep
You could train a dog to be a monstrous creature that'll kill anything it sees.
Yes, but my point is that a Rancor is not a dog. It's not an animal. What we called it a
But
monster.
it is an animal.
I mean, it's an animal.
If you
but
saw
it is
a
an
bear
alien
walking
creature.
on 2 legs towards you, you'd be like, that's a monster.
Yes, but
That is a
but
monster.
aliens are different from what we see on Earth. And I think that's too much of a stretch to assume that there are such things as docile, trainable.
Well, I think
Rancors.
it's too much of a stretch to say that just because it's an alien from a different universe means that it has to be this violent creature all the time.
But we're only ever shown it as a violent creature ever.
Well, that's
and I
because
mean ever.
only
This is the first time that's happened in 40 years of media.
when you watch reports of bear attacks, do you have bear news about bears being nice and kind?
I know I've seen plenty of media about bears being shy and don't want to avoid humans.
There you go. But you also see just as much of them ripping off people's faces.
Sure, but we see both.
When
Right.
you go into
You don't see both for the Rancor.
when
That's
you
because
go
it's not important
into
to the
a grizzly
plot.
bear's territory.
Okay,
that
but
grizzly bear
that's
will tear
world
you
building.
apart.
That's a problem with the world building. Is that we are built up to
It's
see
not a
these.
problem with the world building because you have to take into consideration that world building and plot are not the same. They are not the same.
They're not, no. But they go hand in hand. If you see a Rancor and it's a giant monster, first thing I think of is not... If I see Godzilla ripping down cities, first thing I don't think of is, oh, it probably imprints on the first thing it sees when it's a baby.
No, but you learn later on that it can form relationships with people. Don't we?
That's weird. But with the Rancor...
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you think that, though? Because that is just how animals work regardless.
Because
typically...
to me, this isn't an animal. We're in an alien world. It could do anything. I don't know.
Right.
Just because
I
it's
mean,
in a
what about-
different
what about-
world
what
doesn't
about-
mean it's not still a type of animal.
Okay, what about Alien? They're not docile when they're first born. My point is that...
Yeah, but aren't alien...
What
You're
alien
referring
are
to
we
the
talking
aliens
about?
in Alien versus Predator, right?
Yeah. Well,
Those are also
Aliens-
mutated. They're not
Aren't
actual.
xenomorphs sentient?
Yeah.
There's a difference between
Okay.
a sentient and a non-sentient.
My point is that the Rancor has been established as a monster, so giving it a softer side, I feel like cuts against its monstrous nature that
Well,
we've been established with.
it's not.
I feel like you've got the same problem
It feels like a
with the
retcon.
Rancor that you had at the beginning of this talking about Boba Fett.
Okay. Well, the thing is that all I'm
Just
basing...
because
I'm basing...
one Rancor that you've dealt with before was
Yes,
an
but
evil,
that is the
awful
Rancor
thing,
that they show us.
doesn't mean that a different, younger Rancor
Yeah.
couldn't be
I'm sure that...
trained up different.
I'm sure that's possible, but the point is that all I have to rely on is what I've seen.
Let's
and-
email George Lucas.
And I haven't seen any evidence for Rancors having the softer side. All I have is the trainer. Trainers can have softer sides. That's fine. But
You've also only seen, movies
yeah,
in a small period of time within the span of a whole
sure.
universe.
But you don't. But I mean, a picture can tell 1,000 words.
Right.
So I'd
And
say
the 1,000
so
words.
time doesn't matter.
Well, the 1,000
I'd say
words that
really
we
what's
see
happening
with the
here-
first one is that Jabba the Hutt has a Rancor, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And Jabba the Hutt wants this Rancor to eat people, right?
Well, it eats people.
He wants it to eat people.
He throws them in because it eats people.
He throws them in because he starves it so that it
We
eats
don't know
people.
that. They never say that. We don't know that. We just know that he throws people in this cage because it eats them.
I feel like
They don't tell us any of that.
they don't need to.
Okay, they don't need to, but from what they've done here, it's
When
so
you go
it's
into
so,
the Rancor
it is in contrast to what we've seen before.
in the cage, when you go into the Rancor in the 6th movie and you see all the skeletons and bones, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it's kept on the other side of where those skeletons and bones are, so that when the door is lifted up,
It eats them.
right,
Okay.
which means that area is the feeding spot.
Sure.
So it's only fed humans. Guess what it's going to
It's
eat?
not only fed humans.
Well, if it's only fed what's fed in the feeding spot, it's not a monster. It's just hungry.
Well, we don't know that
How do we not know that?
because we don't know how many times it gets fed a day. We don't know that.
It gets fed quite often, according to Jabba the Hutt. Every time something goes wrong,
Okay, so
he
then
just drops it.
it's not hungry.
You don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know if it's hungry either. That's my point. Is that all we know is that the monster...
The point I'm making is it could be a new plot that they make this Rancor a useful Rancor.
Yeah, and
that's
I-
not just an angry...
I don't see how you
I feel
can-
like that... I feel
like that isn't a problem
They're
so much
writing-
as
they're
it is
writing
a
in
plot
some-
that just hasn't been fleshed out all the way
Yeah,
yet.
I feel like they're
Because-
writing in a Rancor because they want a nice Rancor, and I think that's shallow.
How? How
Well,
is it shallow?
Because the reason why is because for me, what it feels like is, the writers want a nice Rancor, so they're going to make a nice Rancor. Boom, nice Rancor.
What's the problem with that?
Well, because
We
there's
haven't
no-
established
because there's
anything
no-
about Rancors.
Yes, we have. We've established.
We have
plenty.
one Rancor to base all of this off of,
Yes,
right?
and that Rancor is a monstrous creature that everybody fears, probably for good reason. That it eats people. We don't know if it's hungry. We don't know any of that. All we can assume is what we've seen from the movie.
Okay.
And what it describes to us. And what it describes to us is there is this monstrous creature below Jabba's palace. Don't know where it comes from. Don't know any of that. All we know is that when we drop people in there, it eats people. And from what we can tell, it does not give two shits.
Okay.
So adding in a Rancor that has thoughts, feelings, and emotions is not at all anything that we've seen before. And there was no relevant assumption. There's no reason for us to assume that could be the case. Besides our own preconceived, knowledge of how bears act, which Rancor could be entirely different.
In
My
the
point
original
is,
trilogy,
it's
was there
too-
really
it's
any
too-
reason to have Darth Vader not be the overall villain?
What?
Was there any reason to not have Darth Vader be the overall villain?
Because he's literally the chosen one that brings balance to the Force. Other than that,
Well,
Did we know that in episode 4?
the reason why is because George Lucas wrote the
not in
trilogy.
episode 4.
Exactly.
I get what you're saying.
Do you get what I'm saying, though?
I get what you're saying.
I get what
but
you're
what
saying,
I'm
I
getting
just
at
don't
is I
think
don't
it's
see why there couldn't be a
plausible.
new plot about a new Rancor.
And I'm not saying it's possible. I just don't feel like it didn't feel earned. It doesn't feel like they earned that. It
Well,
feels
you
like
can
they
use
want
that
Well,
logic
they
for
just
anything.
started the plot.
You
No
can have a
plot's
problem
earned
with
when
the
it
way
first
things are
starts.
written, no matter what it is. Like, you can sit here and say, "Oh, the Bible's a bad story because Jesus is resurrected in the end." Like, it doesn't feel earned. He dies, he takes all of people's sin, and then what? He just gets
But
resurrected.
could you agree that some plot points feel more earned than others?
Absolutely.
Well,
Okay,
you
that's my
can't make
point.
that-
This one doesn't feel as earned as others.
You can't
Why
make
not?
that argument when it's at the beginning of that particular arc.
Well, it's because it's not. We have 6 movies to base this off of, and 1 movie with the Rancor. So we have, if this was a new creature,
How long-
and it was docile, we're learning new things about this
How
creature
long
we never
screen
before.
time did that Rancor get in episode
It doesn't
6?
matter.
It does matter.
Screen time does not matter.
It does matter.
Like I said, a picture tells 1,000
Wait, so
words.
what's your problem with the Rancor again? Your problem is that it's docile?
Not necessarily. My problem is, from what I said before, there's no, from what we've seen from Rancors,
Which is not a lot.
which
We can agree on.
Sure, it's not
It's a
lot.
very minuscule
It's a very-
amount.
But from what the storytellers have told us
Right.
and shown us, is that it is a monstrous creature that eats things.
Hold on, I have a problem with that because you have a problem with the idea that the Rancors might just be an animal that can be trained.
No, I don't
because
have a
it's
problem.
not
I don't
because
have-
it's
I don't
not
have-
established.
I don't have a problem with that.
Because it's not established,
yeah,
right?
right.
It's never established that they're monsters either.
Well-
Where in the story do they say that Rancors are monsters?
You can tell a monster from it. Well, here's the thing.
So
We
this
all-
is a case where it's okay to use your inference.
What do you mean? Like the
You're
utility
arguing
assumption?
the same point that I made for the bikes, but
We
opposite
keep going
now
back
in
to the
regards
bikes.
to the Rancor.
Okay. Well, here's the thing.
You're so inconsistent. That's why I'm going back to the bikes.
Okay, so
Because at least then I know what you think.
So with the bikes, you have suspensive what is this? Suspensive disbelief, right? Seeing I'm not going to go back to the bikes. So with the Rancor,
Moving forward.
I almost got it.
Another 6 hours, let's go. These bikes are important.
I'm fine. I can do this all day.
We're going to. Once Philip leaves, we're going to continue this conversation.
Okay.
When Philip leaves, we're going back to the
we
bikes.
can watch it. Okay, that'd be fun. I've really enjoyed this. This has been really fun.
It's great. My
I
problem
think if you
is
sit down and watch all the episodes again after this conversation, you'll see I'm right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I'll probably find more problems.
because you're
you'll be
looking for
happier.
them.
Well, yeah. I mean, I look for problems in anything I watch.
And of course, you're going to find problems if that's what you're looking for.
I
You're
look
not
for,
watching.
Yeah, but I look for problems in Lord of the Rings, and I find very few. And if there is a problem, I address it. Like, for instance, with Boromir, when he has the hand over Aragorn, and then it's not in the next shot. That's a problem.
Well, that's just, technical thing. That's not writing.
Yeah, but still. But my point is that
it's a flaw.
I look for flaws in shows, because that's what I enjoy doing. My problem is that when I dive if I dive into Lord of the Rings, I find subtle things that they do that I think is really cool. The problem is that when I dive into this show, I find things that I don't like.
Well, the thing is that there's no problem with the Rancor, because there's not enough information for us to base anything off of.
Well, okay. Well, I think that's where we have the disagreements, because I feel like there's enough information for us to base.
What's your information?
From what I said,
okay.
The
only thing we have is that episode.
We have the. I call it a monstrous creature, and the reason why is because when I see it, I feel like the storyteller is trying to convey to me through exposition of people saying, "Oh no, the Rancor," and by the way it is shaped and it looks.
Well, people also are very excited about it. People love to watch it.
Sure, yeah.
And people are sad when it dies.
I love seeing monstrous creatures kill things. It's great.
Here's my argument, and this is why I can relate it back to real-world animals. I'm not saying necessarily that the Rancor is a real-world animal or acts like one, but I'm saying that it's pretty common for a real-world animal to have one example be a killer and another one to be Abby.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Abby's a killer.
Abby's a vicious killer.
And that could go with the same animal from one person to the next.
Okay.
You could have a dog that could attack one person and rip their throat out and then come and snuggle up to you.
I think what it is I think we have different levels of disbelief. I think my suspense of disbelief is lower probably than y'all's, because y'all guys can make the assumption, oh yeah, totally, there's a docile Rancor. And for me, I think my sense of disbelief is probably a little bit less, in the sense that I'm like, I've never, this is a creature I've seen before. It was never expressed as that, and so I'm like, okay, I guess that's a like I said, also not a big deal. But I look at it, but these are just the points that I laid out as I was seeing questions that I had, and I'm like, oh well, I didn't know there was a docile Rancor. I guess there is one now, but I just feel like that wasn't established.
So when you're addressing these things, these are not permanent viewpoints.
No.
Okay, so when you address the Rancor and you have that moment of disbelief, is it not logical for your brain to then go, well, this is the direction that it's going. These are canon episodes, so now there are docile Rancors in the universe.
Right, but if we have something like that where you have... Okay, so... With the way that I feel like the creature had been established in episode 6 is one view.
Well, I feel like the problem you're having is that things aren't living up to your specific viewpoint.
Well, my viewpoint is based off of what the storyteller is trying to convey to me in the previous films.
Which I think you're missing it, though. I honestly do, because the Rancor is kept in a different room. It's only fed people that Jabba don't like, right?
Yeah, right.
Which means it's not fed at any other time.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
So, when it's fed, of course it's going to eat whatever's there.
Well,
and that does give it the monstrous appeal.
If we're making those assumptions too, we can also assume that if Jabba doesn't kill a whole lot of people, he probably needs to keep it fed somehow. If we're making assumptions on how often he kills people, we can assume that too. We can assume that just as much as we can the other.
Right, but the story shows you how frequently he gets rid of people.
Sure.
Like, they establish that. Mm-hmm. And then they also establish that they keep it in a different room.
Okay.
So those are all there. So why is it so hard for you to make the leap that maybe it's not a monster, it's just being starved until it's time to be fed?
It's just acting the way it's been taught.
Right.
Okay.
And why is it so hard for you to say when that viewpoint is... Because you're right, in episode 6, they do set it up to be this monstrous creature.
Right, but if the way they set it up as, with that, you can... The thing is, with these kinds of assumptions, you can go any which way. You can think of Rancors however you want based on these assumptions. That's the thing. You can go anywhere. So I'm just trying to base it off of what I've seen from them and from what I see from what the storyteller's trying to tell me this is a monster. He's not trying to tell me that it's malnourished, is he?
Yes.
How?
It's kept in the other room.
Okay, why is it kept in the other room? We don't know. It could be either because it's being starved.
Because it's a means of execution.
Okay. Sure.
It's exactly what it's kept in the other room.
It's no different
so that
than
when they
keeping
drop
your
it
gun in the
down,
holster
it
till
can
you
be
need it.
like people are dropped in the other room, they raise the gate. It comes over there. It's eaten. It's a show.
Okay, so they do that, right? Instead of having it on a chain with a person next to it and then feeding somebody to the Rancor right there. Now, if it was sitting with a human just sitting there standing, as like that trainer guy, and then they bring out the Gamorrean, or they bring out Luke, and then it tries to eat him right there, you can see from that, oh, it's a trained animal, and it's trained to eat people that Jabba doesn't like, or it's being starved. The thing is, none of that is shown, so all I have to go off of is it eats things.
I think that's just you not wanting to see more. I think you sit there, and as a viewer,
I can now, whether or not it's being starved or not, I don't know, and we could always have questions about that, but it is just established as a creature that is kept in a cage for any number of reasons.
Okay.
It could be...
If you want to go that route, we can go that route.
Yeah.
So it's just a creature that eats things, right? This Rancor is a creature that doesn't eat things. What's your problem with it?
I think what your problem is
because
that each episode is not a movie.
What do you mean?
Because every problem you've had so far has been something that could be discussed later in the plot. So the only reason you have a problem with it now is because you haven't finished it.
They discuss it in that episode with
because
Rancor.
I could sit here and have tons of problems with Avatar if all I saw was the first season and a half. And I haven't seen the last season.
Well, the first season was really not, because they didn't have the ability to tell long-form stories.
I get what you're saying, though. But my whole thing is...
So there's still places that they're going with this, and that's the point me and Jace are trying to make. Because I understand that the Rancor we've seen before in Episode 6 did appear to be a monstrous creature that ate people.
Okay.
Right.
But this is a different Rancor.
Yeah, but...
That's got a different story,
obviously. And so we have to assume that this Rancor... That my thing is
we don't have to assume this Rancor is going to be exactly the same as the last one.
We don't have to assume anything.
Well, yeah, I know, but then,
what's the point of keeping
a story consistent if things can just change from what we've seen previous without exposition unless it's thrown in at that moment?
Well, what they're doing is they're starting that plot.
It's like the scene of it's like the whole thing.
What's happening is they're starting that plot in that particular episode.
Right.
I know.
And that plot's going to pay off in a different episode.
Sure, but
and that's where your payoff and exposition is going to be.
My thing for you is it's like the game that we used to play when we were kids, where it's like I shot you with a gun, and you're like, you can't shoot me. I have this shield, and it's like, yeah, but I have this gun that can shoot through your shield, and we go back and forth forever. It's adding on top of things that weren't established before. So
you don't want them to establish new ideas.
Not saying they can't establish new ideas. That's not what I'm saying. I just don't think they did it right in this.
How?
I think it was too quickly. They literally just threw in a Rancor and gave us stuff about a Rancor that we didn't know before without...
So you want every single episode to go into detail about every single thing?
No. I think there are ways of storytelling and ways of conveying how the world works without having it to just be exposition. And I just don't think they did that. I think they just threw in these throwaway lines of how these Rancors work. And I
don't think that was a throwaway line or throwaway scenes, though. They actually sat down, they introduced this Rancor, they introduced Danny Trejo's character as somebody who knows how to train Rancors.
Okay.
And he comes in and he explains to Boba Fett, this is how you train Rancors.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
And so now we've got more information.
So we didn't have enough to go on before, and now we're building on the previous established, because it does say that it can be violent, and so what you're doing is you're trying to build off of its previous conceived.
So if the show is building off of something that's been established, what is your problem with that?
No, I get what I understand. I get what y'all guys are saying now, and that it's not necessarily retconning it. It's not saying this Rancor is docile. It's saying it's taking what it had before and is building off of that. So I get what y'all are saying now. So I understand.
Yeah, because they're not changing that.
They're not changing the Rancor.
I get what you're saying. So
it doesn't change anything about the original Rancor that you saw and fell in love with.
No. So okay, I understand what y'all are saying. Also, why did the mayor not have any security for his office? Just a question. Why did he? Because Boba Fett walks in, right? The guy's like, oh, the mayor's busy or whatever, and he's just like, nah, I'm gonna walk in, and he just pretty much just walks in.
I think because Bib Fortuna was incompetent, they got used to that.
Well, they acknowledge him as competent, that he kept the streets safe for the years that he had ruled, so they address him as competent.
Well, and then it was probably a thing of like, well, I guess we don't have to do anything. We don't have to worry. and they weren't prepared for somebody like Boba Fett to show up.
Okay, so, but still, it's the mayor. You don't think the mayor on the Tatooine desert that we know to be already a chaotic place? You don't think he needs any level of security?
Sure seemed like he had a lot of security around him once he was in there.
Yeah, where did they go? What happened to him?
What do you mean?
I mean, my point is that
The first time he walks in there, the security's there and they put guns on him.
yeah, no, I'm not talking about that part.
The second time he walks in there, everybody's gone. So what does it matter?
Well, I mean,
Who's to
if
say
you're,
you just
if you're
didn't
trying,
time it to
yeah,
where the
if you're
guards
trying,
were
if you're
not
trying
there.
to,
Yeah, if the mayor's not there, why does the security?
If you're
need
trying
to
to
be there?
convince people that the mayor is there, which is what they're trying to do, once you naturally have security, at least for the people that you have there,
Well, the first time
it's a
Boba
public,
Fett
it's a
walks
public
in,
office, and he's
yeah.
and the guy that's basically the mayor's secretary is still an important figure. He's the mayor's secretary. He has probably a decent amount of information.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is the first time Boba Fett walks in there, all the security in the mayor's office where people don't typically go.
Okay.
So the second time Boba Fett shows up, it's the same amount of people outside and everybody's gone inside. That makes sense to me.
I also think they should have security outside, though. That would make more sense to me.
Yeah, but they didn't establish that the first time. So
Yeah, I know.
Why would they put on the rules the second time?
Right. Well, that's
If anything,
that's another
it made
issue. Is
that
I
look
feel
more
like
suspicious.
I feel
Also,
like,
he's just a mayor.
that's an important political figure as far as the desert's concerned.
Right, but like, how much security do our mayors have?
I mean, better than this guy as far as I'm concerned.
I'm pretty sure our mayors just carry.
So,
Moving on.
yeah, we'll move on from that.
Mayor doesn't have security.
Oh yeah, there was when he rescues Chickface, he takes her to the place where he takes them to a place where they do augmentations like tattoos, which was interesting.
Tattoos.
So
Tattoos on Tatooine.
the glowing red camera was this episode. Okay. When they're fixing her and saving her, it didn't show any sort of like life-saving equipment. It just seemed like they kind of took out her organs and put in the metal pieces, which is fine. It's a small thing. I saw they cut to a little red tube, or it was a clear tube and it had this red fluid going in it, and I'm like, if that's blood, if they're showing that as blood, that means that because we haven't seen anything else. It just looks like that her lower half just hasn't been getting blood circulation that whole time, and now it's just got this one small tube. And I'm like, what happened to all the veins that go throughout, the human body and whatnot? But just a couple of like maybe even an IV drip is all I need to show. Like, hey, they're keeping her on some sort of life support, but they just show her on a table and are just taking out shit and putting shit in. And I just feel like there should have been a little bit more to it, because I feel like if they're doing that kind of surgery where they're replacing all of her organs with, electrical equipment, that there should have been, some sort of life-saving equipment on her at the time.
Yeah, but it's also been established that, their medical gear is like super small, stick in and push, spray it on. Like, they don't necessarily always.
Yeah, and they don't do any
equipment.
of that though.
Not that you see.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
I'm not going into this with you then.
I feel like half the
Next
problems
point.
that Jeremy has is like, I want to see the things that they don't show us.
I want to see the things that they do because they need to do them in order for them not to die.
Right, but I feel like
how many scenes in Star Wars do I have to see a full medical bay before I understand the medical capabilities of the Star Wars universe?
Well, here's the thing: you don't need to see many, but you do need to see what they're doing in order to keep her alive, right?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Because
Plus, we don't even
survives,
really
doesn't
entirely
she?
ever know exactly how dead she is.
Well, I mean, she
Obviously not very.
They
I feel like
split up her organs.
The only reason you would need to show the equipment at this point is if it failed. Like, if they had the equipment and they were trying to save her and she still died, that would be
my
important.
point is that I feel like my whole thing is that it doesn't look like she should have survived because it didn't seem like there was anything keeping her alive. She just looked like she was on a table. They didn't show.
That's fair.
So that breaks the plot, because if there's nothing there to keep her alive, then she should have been dead.
Is it a whole scene where they show?
Yeah, there's this whole montage where she's laying on the bed. They're taking out.
Oh, it's a montage.
Kind of. It cuts to a lot to this dude with like blonde dreads, and he's like doing this or doing that, but they set her on the table.
Oh, but they showed him fixing her, right?
Yeah. So them putting in parts, but they don't show any. They don't like. There's a scene of him working on her, and she's just laying on the table.
Great. So they show him
when you
fixing
watch.
Well, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
When
about
you watch The Karate Kid, you don't see Daniel paint the entire fence.
No, but you see him paint, so you can assume he painted the rest of it. My point
Yeah,
is, like,
so
Then you
see
see him fix her, so you can assume that he
Yeah,
had
my
life
pro-
saving
So you can
But-
assume he
isn't-
did the rest of it.
yeah, my problem isn't that he saved her by replacing her organs. That's fine. My point is that in order to take out organs and put new ones in,
In
there
our
should be-
universe.
yeah, and I would assume
The rules might be different when it comes to putting in a robot.
so you can just,
viscera.
so you can just lay somebody on a table and take out their organs and put in machine parts.
Maybe you
I
can.
mean, you
I
can
don't
heal
know. I'm
people
not a
with the
space
force.
doctor.
I mean, it's not that far of a stretch. Honestly,
Is it not,
no.
I really don't think that's that glaring.
though? Okay.
Watching that scene, it didn't really take me out of it.
All right. Yeah,
Like I really just kind of watched that and I was like, cool, it's another robot scene in Star Wars.
okay.
Moving on.
Sure. See, there's a glowing red can.
So bikes.
More
I really want to go back to the bikes. I just want to hit all the other points so we can go back to the bikes.
I thought it was funny that the chick. I thought it was interesting, and it could make sense canonically with assumptions. I just thought it was funny when she was fighting the droid that she slit the droid's throat and there were electrical parts coming out of it, and I thought it was funny that they were still going for the throat even though it was a droid.
I mean, old habits die hard, right? If you slice 1,000 alien throats and you have another one that looks like it has a head and throat.
Well, and it is established previously that there are a lot of droids whose main processor units are in their heads.
That's true.
Yeah, but that's not the head. That's the throat.
Right, but if you cut the
That's
power
the-
cord that goes to the head,
I don't know. C-3PO seemed fine.
did he get cut in the throat?
He got his head lopped off.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, that's because his power cord is probably in his head.
Okay, why can't we assume the same for other droids then? If that's what's been established.
Maybe that droid wasn't built like that.
A lot of droids are built different.
Also,
Just like there's a lot of different speeder bikes, actually.
There was an explosive gonk droid that was funny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he shot a gonk droid, and I was like, I didn't know they were so explosive.
Well, a gonk droid is really just a battery bank.
Battery.
That's actually what they are.
Neat. Oh, when they were attacking Jabba's palace, and the chef does the chef thing, and there's a bunch of stuff going on, right? They're fighting a bunch of droids in Jabba's palace. None of them thought to raise an alarm.
I did wonder about that because I figured the droids wouldn't have to hit a physical alarm. I thought it would just be built in.
I thought of the same thing with the train. When the train was getting robbed, they didn't seem to sound any alarm.
Well, the train seemed to be like all together all at once.
Right.
That was a little different.
Yeah.
But the only thing I could guess with Jabba's palace was the droids they thought were all in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
That probably wasn't where they thought people were going to be able to make it in.
Right.
Okay.
Oh yeah, someone one of the lines in the I put seismic charge in the Sarlacc pit. One of the lines was living with the Tuskens has made you soft. And I was like, Tusken Raiders made someone soft? It's not what I would expect for Tusken Raiders.
I mean, he does change, though.
He does change. That was another thing. Me and Phil they sped up the kind of montages because I think the show's trying to convey that he was with the Tuskens for years,
Right.
when really it feels like just a couple of days or weeks.
Right.
And so having the Tuskens made him soft, like becoming part of the tribe and all that, just kind of felt like it was not rushed, but just it didn't feel like he was as long. He was there for as long as they make it seem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it felt rushed in that sense. And so living with the Tuskens made you soft. I'm like, they enslaved him for a while. I don't know if that would make you soft.
I love how the title for this episode is like Book of Boba Fett and Halo Infinite, and we have not touched Halo at all.
It's okay. I'll change the title. Let's see, the Rancor. Oh yeah, they were having a discussion, and he made a. He was discussing with a bunch of lords, I guess you could call them, from different parts of the.
I'm a lord.
Of the.
The backstory there was they were all different, like generals under Jabba.
Yeah. And,
kind of like if you have your main warlord and then you have your guys that handle the.
And this one's real small, so we can just brush over it. But when they're talking and they're like, what can you do to scare us? Boba Fett doesn't say anything, no emotions. But as they're talking and they're questioning Boba Fett's like threateningness, the Rancor like starts clawing at the base because they're sitting on the Rancor crate, which I thought was cool. I just thought it would have been neat if Boba Fett had done like if he had done some sort of initiation to show that he's trained this Rancor to be able to claw or do that sort of thing and go after the people that were sitting up on the table. But instead, it just kind of did it at a very convenient point in the conversation. And so that was one note. But like I said, that's small.
And that's another point where I'd say who's to say he hasn't, and that's how they showed it.
Yeah, and then there's he asks Boba Fett talks about getting more muscle, and the Mandalorian theme plays, and I'm like, oh no, they're bringing in Mando for this. All we need is a character for one season for everyone to fall in love with them, and then we can have them be a cameo in other shows. That's how this is going to last forever.
I mean, that's basically how Star Wars is built.
And then Episode 5 has a Halo ring, which...
That's amazing.
But neither of you two have seen Episode 5 yet, right?
No, but I saw that. I was watching it, somebody was like... saw the Halo theme playing, and I saw the scene, and I'm like, there's no way they put a Halo ring. Because culturally, it's known to be Halo's thing to put a ring world.
Right.
And it's known to be Halo. And I'm not saying you can't ever do that, but it just... What?
Who's to say that...
I know who's to say, but like...
I like it.
I know what they were trying to do.
I like it.
And I don't know how I feel about it.
I love it. I love the concept. I still want to see a Jedi fight an elite.
But yeah, so...
So with that, let's get ready to watch Episode 5.
Yeah, we'll watch Episode 5. And maybe we can see all my critiques and stuff in time. Right? in a moment.
You'll have a black eye when it's done.
Oh yeah, it'll be great. But so I think for what we've talked about as a show, I think my whole point on Boba Fett is that I understand where they were trying to go. I think some more explanation would have been nice for a few parts. Personally, I think there could have been a little bit more show to not tell. There was some scenes that I thought had some heavy exposition. The action felt a little weird. It felt a little toyish to me, and so I didn't feel like I was there in the world. It just kind of felt like a flashy sort of like, look at this cool thing, look at that cool thing.
Yeah,
and that's what I got from it. Like I told y'all guys, my favorite scenes from that were with the Tuskens. I think that would have been because it really started to develop his character and started to give him a lot of cool stuff, and it was a lot more show don't tell. It wasn't a whole lot of things going on at once. I just felt like they couldn't handle all these plot points happening at the same time, and so they would just kind of jump over things that I felt like were important because I thought they were important to the plot
that you felt were important.
Yes. And everybody has their different opinions on it, but that's how I felt about it. Like, show, I would give it, if I was going to give it anything, like a rating, I would give it probably like a 4, just personally.
Out of 5?
No. A 4 out of 10. But that's just me personally. And that's because I like the character stuff that they were doing with the Tuskens, besides the Bantha thing. But the rest of it was pretty all right. But I think the flash forwards were the stuff that I just wasn't super into, or the present day stuff. Just didn't grip it for me. Yeah.
I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Because I know they're only halfway through the season, and it would surprise me if they didn't do another season of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not really passing heavy judgment until I see where these plot points actually start ending up.
Okay.
That's fair.
A lot of it has been really interesting because it's been not necessarily extended universe stuff, but stuff outside of the movies that they've been expanding on that I was curious about anyways.
That's fair.
What about you, Jace? From what you've heard?
When I heard,
I know it's not going to be much, but
there seems like there's cool bikes and Rancors.
That's about it. Yeah.
That was like 90% of our conversation. We didn't discuss the plot at all.
No, but like I said, the modern day plot and the power grab, it just was forgettable to me.
I think honestly, the nitpick of it was so nitpicky that there wasn't much to really discuss as far as like big flaws. And that might be because there's only 5 episodes, but I don't know. I just don't feel like there's...
Well, I mean, I think you can have major flaws in something in a short amount of time. I don't think it's the time that's the issue. I mean, like, look at, you can see it in the trailers, but in No Way Home, in Spider-Man No Way Home, the doctor's, like, Peter's like, everyone
I haven't
knows...
seen the trailers.
Do you? Okay, well then... I feel like the what? I mean, if it's,
you went to explain it. I was like, I'm not gonna get into
I feel
this.
like I feel like the trailers isn't too spoilery. It kind of sets up the plot, unless you don't want me to tell you the plot, or the setup at least.
It's too late. I think you're doing it.
I mean, that's up to you. If you don't want me to, I'll shut up. But
I feel like we should just watch the episode 5
sure
before Philip has to go.
Yeah,
like he said, he had to go.
Anyway. Thank you guys so much for watching. This has been fun. I would like to do more of these and talk about other movies.
Had a good time.
I think it'd be great.
Great time.
All right. So
Groovy.
we'll see y'all later.
Feels good to be right.
Bye.